Right, well, thank you, and thanks so much for inviting me. And I was actually saying in conversation to some of you yesterday that I only really get invited to speak about monasteries in European countries. Don't really have conferences and seminars dedicated to monasticism in England because it's not a very fashionable subject. And that's the kind of first part of my talk, really. I want to give you a very brief historiography of sort of archaeological studies of monasticism in early England. And I title it A Loss of Innocence, or a loss of conviction, or a loss of nerve, I guess. We have to look back to see where we are in terms of what I think is a quite unsatisfactory situation in scholarship in England today. And the story really begins with the first pioneering excavations on very well documented monastic sites in the early 20th century. So you may have heard of some of these places like Glastonbury, a series of sites in Northumbria, Whitby. The opening slide that I showed you was the Whitby headland, excavations in the 1930s and 40s there, and then leading into Rosebery Cramps, really agenda-setting excavations, the monastic cores of Wearmouth and Jarrow, the twin foundation in northern England in Northumbria. And these excavations were the first to reveal the first coherent glimpses of the physical organization of well-documented monasteries. So in addition to the actual churches at the core of these places, also the buildings immediately adjacent to them, cemetery activity adjacent to the churches, and alongside that, a series of distinctive artifactual signatures. So things like artifacts associated with the production of liturgical items, things like mount. This is from Whitby, this mount here, most likely from a book, 8th century. In some cases, objects associated with literacy, and we'll look at those a bit later. Now, these sites and these excavations in this period had a very strong influence on shaping expectations of what we'd expect an Anglo-Saxon monastery to look like and behave under excavation. And this is relevant because over the second half of the 20th century, more sites were investigated, more research excavations, and increasingly excavations in advance of things like development schemes. So really the status quo was broken in the 1990s following the discovery of a series of commercially excavated sites in the eastern zone of England, characterized by exceedingly rich artifactual and faunal assemblages. We'll come to look at these sites quite closely, but Flixborough and Brandon were absolutely key here. Now, the critical thing is, because monasteries aren't documented in this region of England, there are no charters, there are none of the sort of classic textual sources from this region. You have to rely on archaeological evidence to ascribe them an identity. Now, interim publications, so going back to the 1990s, interim publications and exhibition catalogues that were being written at the time, alongside, there's a big exhibition at the British Museum on Anglo-Saxon culture, were quick to ascribe places like Flixborough and Brandon monastic sites. This was particularly on the basis of their artifactual assemblages, significant quantities of things like writing styling, these influenced here, other evidence for literacy, objects like window glass, for example. However, this matter of fact acceptance came under attack from a new generation of archaeologists, most notably Chris Lovelock, who led the post-excavation work on Flixborough, steering it to publication as a series of lavish volumes here. He and others argued that several of the traits thought to be unique to monasteries were in fact shared amongst a wider repertoire of high-status settlements, some clearly secular. Now, this argument extended to aspects such as topographic location, physical layout, as well as distinct categories of artifacts such as window glass and objects associated with literacy. Now, particular attention was paid to these metal writing instruments known as styling. Found in significant numbers, when I say significant, 20 plus of these items found at both Flixborough and Brandon. In previous works, such objects were regarded as pretty much watertight evidence for a monastic identity. But according to revisionists, they're equally likely to reflect the activity of scribes engaged in record keeping in secular estate centres. So really what we're talking about, what I refer to this argument, because there was quite a strong argument one way or the other as to whether these are monasteries or not. I shall henceforward term this the characterization debate, and it has been hugely influential. So the conclusions of this revisionism in the 1990s were quite stark, and here I just to highlight some of the conclusions in sort of publications around that time and a bit later. So Tim Pestle, there are no obvious categories of artifacts that can be used to identify a site as purely monastic or religious. John Hines, writing in 1997, the lay and religious character of settlements could be thoroughly confused. Is there any point in archaeological speculation of the monastic character of certain fairly rich 8th century settlements like Flixborough and Brandon? These conclusions were by no means specific to just the sort of the English context. They were taken on much more broadly. So Kim Bowes, writing in 2011 in this comparative volume on monasticism in the early medieval West. That's interesting, her conclusion here. On its own, archaeology has failed to document any late antique monastery. It is only in the very late 8th and above all in the first decades of the 9th that the beginnings of a particularized monastic archaeology appear, and in her view, specifically in a Carolingian context. So taken to the extreme, the implication of these assessments, there's no value developing an explicitly archaeological research agenda for Anglo-Saxon, indeed early medieval monasticism at large, which begs the question, why are we gathered here today in this most lavish of settings having these discussions? Well, you'll be relieved to hear that I think that such pessimism is ill-founded. I think there are serious problems in the way in which this debate has been framed, and I want to briefly outline what I think my problems are and concerns are next. So I don't have time to go into the details of this, but I think it's worth highlighting some issues, particularly in relation to the site of Flixborough, which has gained a sort of, it's almost become a paradigm for the argument that we can't characterize monasteries in this period. Now, you know, I don't want to undermine what is a brilliant piece of work. Those 4 volumes, if you don't know them, you should definitely refer to them. They set new standards in the analysis of archaeological evidence from Middle Saxon, that's 7th to 9th century settlement sites. It's a huge achievement, but there are problems and inconsistencies. And the first thing to point out, and others have done this, is the excavation was very much on what appears to be the peripheral parts of a settlement. So part of a settlement that had timber buildings and these large dumps of midden material that were thrown in from elsewhere, probably the core part of the settlement. The excavated areas are on the sort of, you can see the contours here, on the slopes of a hill, and everything's heading off towards the summit of the hill, which is where the monumental core is likely to be. So it's very difficult to make characterizations of this site, or holistic ones, on the basis of what was excavated. There are also problems with the suggested chronological sequence of the site. Now, using various phasing evidence, Lovelock argues that the character of the settlement changed over time. This is a core aspect of the interpretation of the site. He suggests that it starts life as a secular estate centre in the 8th century. He then goes on to argue that it becomes more religious in character in the early 9th. And then in the later 9th to 10th, it transitions back, it morphs back into becoming a secular settlement again. The problem with this sequence is that Lovelock encourages us to believe that Flixborough was founded as a monastery precisely at the time when monastic culture was in general decline across England, as kings and aristocrats increasingly appropriated and secularized the vast assets of religious establishments. This is a well-documented trajectory that holds for most parts of England. So there's problems here, and there are lots of others. I don't have time to go into them. But I think a more general point, a more general sort of issue I have, is the tendency to base these arguments, or the tendency of the characterization debate to be based on a tick list of correlates. You won't be able to see the labels here, but this is from the report, the published report from Brandon. What they're doing here is they're listing a series of sites on this side, and they've got correlates along here: Falcon's Food, Window Glass, Styling, and they're ticking them off from each site in the expectation that we'll get a very clear view of which of these sites is more likely to be monastic and which is less. The problem with this approach is it privileges certain categories of evidence and perspectives over others, with a particular emphasis on spatial and functional perspectives, and correspondingly little emphasis on things like, for example, diet, other embodied perspectives. In other words, what it's doing is it's prioritizing taxonomy and taxonomic factors, sort of frozen in space and time. And it's not the kind of approach that can help us divulge the subtleties of daily lived experience. And as archaeologists, that's surely what we should all be striving towards here. Just to sort of conclude my historiography, I just want to make the point that the characterization debate and its the revisionism that sort of surrounds that is still very much active today. So the tick list approach has gained a powerful new advocate in Martin Carver, who has restated the significance of specific traits in defining monastic status based on his work at the amazing site at Fort Mahomet in northeast Scotland, also drawing upon a wider backdrop of monastic excavations in northern and Celtic-speaking regions of Britain. So sites subscribing to Carver's monastic package should have, in his words, sculpture, be concentrically zoned, display evidence for monastic crafts, and literacy should be clearly materialized in the artifactual record. Now, in his recent work, Formative Britain, which is an incredible piece of synthesis in many regards, and I would recommend you to read it. He sees no evidence for comparable establishments that fit this monastic package south of the River Humber in England. Even the profiles of well-documented sites. So by well-documented, I mean sites mentioned in Bede's Ecclesiastical History, sites that have very rich charter evidence, so for estates bestowed and resources bestowed on them by kings. According to Carver's assessment, sites in this region, including well-documented ones, are better labelled magnate farms, or at the very most, estate centres under ecclesiastical ownership. And in his quote here, I think is quite instructive. In the English area, the archaeology may refer to an estate in clerical hands rather than a citadel of the church militants. And that's quite a powerful statement there. I think the problem is that, you know, we know from the textual sources from this period that monastic culture was incredibly strong, vigorous, and in many cases militant in the areas where he sees no monasteries. To label these places as purely kind of weak reflections of monasticism, states, if you like, I don't think in any way does justice. Carver's assessment highlights, however, a crucial factor, which is the importance of regionality in the interpretation of early medieval monasticism in England, a theme to which I'll return at several points in my examination. Indeed, if anything, I think Carver fails to take the implications of regionalism. He fails to really take the full implications of that into account. Now, the sort of anti-monastic stance is very present today. And by way of an illustration, we can turn to this very recent article, Rethinking Early Medieval Productive Sites, drawing upon the evidence from Little Carlton and East Lindsey in Lincolnshire. It's another site in the eastern zone of the country with very rich quantities of metalwork and coinage, mainly discovered by metal detecting, but has seen some follow-up excavation, which is the basis for this article here. So it's produced the largest corpus of writing style of anywhere in England, over 28, inscribed lead plaques with the names of personal names on them, window glass, and a series of brazed iron bells, very similar to ones we know from Ireland at a similar period, which really have their best context as a liturgical use. Now, the summary here, the conclusions here, this is how they conclude, if you like, synthesizing the evidence from this site in their quotes. So Little Carlton was one element of a high status meshwork, a center of trade and exchange. To my mind, these characterizations are bland in the extreme and actually very ahistorical. They're not really getting us anywhere, and they're quite sort of insular. Like, what historian or someone outside in archaeology is going to be able to relate to conclusions like that? I don't know. So how do we move forward? Well, I think we need to re-engage with a conceptual framework for Anglo-Saxon monasticism, but using more subtle and nuanced ways than the familiar and static tick list of attributes. We should be, in other words, moving towards an understanding of monastic practice and daily lived experience. Now, there's no escaping that the character and profile of high status settlements of whatever identity in this period is going to exist within an archaeological continuum. We know this, we can expect this. I think we need to embrace that fact, but without blocking ourselves into a corner. We need to develop new ways of seeing, exploring available archaeological data, exploiting its full breadth and depth, and then in dialogue with other disciplines, not in isolation. And I'm going to use the remainder of this talk to really explore some of the ways we may be able to move this forward. And this is very much suggestions. There are no certainties here. Early medieval archaeology by its nature is fluffy. It's difficult to get a firm handle on. So this is very much me proffering suggestions. And I'm going to sort of explore 4 areas in particular. Burial geography, and we started to look at that and have some interesting conversations on that yesterday. I'm going to look at dietary studies as an aspect of daily lived experience, embodied experience. I wanted to briefly examine perhaps how we might interrogate artifacts from these sites in a bit more nuanced ways, rather than just saying, oh, these are their functional identifications. And also, I want to end things by looking at the relationship between monasteries and the wider world and the secular world, but in interesting new ways, particularly looking at ritual behavior. So maybe just taking that argument a bit forward as well. So starting with burial geography. Now, insofar as burial has entered the characterization debate, it's mainly concerned the few cases where we've got evidence for gendered separation of burial grounds. And the thing to say here is that actually is relatively few and far between, and rarely does it happen in ways in which we necessarily expect. I mean, I could note examples. Port Mahomet, for example, that site that I mentioned, does have clear evidence for a male-dominated burials close to the church, but that is few and far between. More often than not, cemeteries excavated sort of beside focal churches tend to have quite mixed demographies. And what that's demonstrating to us, I think, quite clearly is the influence of ad sanctos burial for high-status members of the lay community from quite an early date of that process happening. And of course, that complicates the picture of trying to identify a monastic burial ground. I think the point that I want to make right at the opening here is the importance of a landscape scale perspective to try and get a handle on the relationship between monastic communities and burial practices, the influence they had on them, how those developed and changed in relation to processes such as Christianization. And I just want to show some examples of this, just to highlight the complexity of burial geographies. And a good starting point here is the site of Ely. It's in Eastern England, a really important documented monastic centre, founded in 673 by a royal abbess. Ely has seen a lot of development work, housing estates being built. So there's been several excavations, not within the core, the historic core, which is here, but around the sort of the outskirts. And it's produced quite a lot of early medieval archaeology. And this site here, Divine Burial Zone, dominated by female burials, but high status female burials, richly furnished. These burials date to the last third of the 7th century, the very last phase of furnished grave goods in Anglo-Saxon England before it disappears quite dramatically. Some of the objects buried with these high-status women are explicitly Christian, so pendants with crosses on them, for example. Interestingly, the isotopic signatures from these burials showed that they had quite a high level of fish consumption, which is out of the ordinary for general populations of this period. And Sam Lucy, who wrote up this excavation, I think quite plausible interpretation here is that we might have the burials of a female community attached to the monastery here at Ely. But take note, this burial focus is considerable distance from the cathedral and the likely focal church of this institution. And there are other sites which show distinct concentrations of high status female religious at a similar time in interesting locations and not necessarily where we'd expect them. I've shown you a slide of it before. Actually, there's another good example, just very quickly. Rippon, again, a key early monastic site documented from 1660s. Complex burial geography, a number of discrete burial foci across an entire landscape. And here at this site is Ailsie Hill. Very interesting. It's a burial ground that is pre-Christian in origin, and then it gets appropriated, and then inserted within it, you get a series of very distinctive male burials buried in chests, which is a tradition that we see in really only elite monastic context. So again, we have evidence for gender segregation, but again, this is not outside or immediately outside the focal church. And another site which demonstrates this complexity really well is Hartlepool, the headlands of which has seen several commercial excavations. But what we have here is a series of discrete burial folk, the most famous of which is this one here, because it's associated with a series of name stones, naming female members of the religious community. But it's a separate burial ground with presumed church associated with it, quite a long distance away from the main cathedral church, if you like, or the main monastic church of St. Hilda's here. And there's even quite complex sort of distinct zoning within some of the individual burial foci closer to that main church, but I don't have time to go into. Now, another quick point I want to make off the back of the burial evidence is that these particular parts of investigated monasteries can be sensitive indicators of religious and cultural hybridity. So, for example, within the burial evidence at Hartlepool, we find evidence of antecedent traditions with pre-Christian origins. For example, kist-lined graves or graves lined with stone kists within this general sort of within the general burial areas. So they're incorporating these long-standing traditions, but putting them in new, novel burial settings. Even the name stones, which in many regards are very new, very novel, very Christian as a memorial strategy, have evidence for hybridity because the inscriptions themselves are bilingual or in dual scripts. You have Latin script, but also runic script being used. So in other words, what the burial evidence is telling us that monasteries are important places where diverse traditions, beliefs and practices were melded and brought into alignment. And that's a very important aspect of or I think my personal belief is that's an important sort of way in which we should understand these particular places. Right, moving to the next of my themes, diet. Now, surprisingly little emphasis has been placed on diet in the characterization debate. It rarely features in the tick list comparisons which we're now familiar. This is unfortunate, given it's got the potential to inform an understanding of the embodied regimens that defined a daily monastic experience. Now, Anglo-Saxon England is well placed to inform on this issue because it has extensive zooarchaeological collections from a range of settlement sites, but also zooarchaeological studies and research is at quite an advanced level in the UK, with a number of quite a number of UK-based specialists. Now, in interpreting the evidence, we need to acknowledge the complexities. Everything we're dealing with has complexities attached to it, and really that's encapsulated in this statement here. Does diet in monastic settings reflect the influence of Christian fasting practices on the one hand, or is it reflective of more generalized trends in aristocratic consumption? So what we do know is that between the 7th and 9th centuries, there's increasing emphasis played on the procurement and consumption of wild species, deer, for example, probably as a product of the increasing social formalization of hunting and hawking. Wild birds would be another sort of food stuff that we see in relation to this argument. And you know, up till now, it's been difficult to tease that apart. In fact, the American historian Alan Franson here very much he looks at the documented record for fasting practice in Anglo-Saxon England, and very much comes to the conclusion it's got nothing to do with Christian fasting practices, particularly in relation to the rise in fish or the consumption of fish, which has been documented in this period. For him, it's all about this. It's basically its connotations as a luxury food. And because monasteries are high status, therefore it's a status signaling thing. It's not Christian fasting practices. But I think there's growing evidence actually to suggest from a quite early period, we do have experimentation in exactly the Christian fasting practices. And I wanted to sort of just lead us into that. There are some interesting trends we should note that have emerged from synthesis of zooarchaeological assemblages, broad-scale synthesis. So meat was consumed in monastic settings. We can say this very clearly, with the main domesticates, cattle, sheep, and pig, dominating the faunal assemblages as they do on settlements across the board. However, sheep predominate in documented monastic settings. And what this is telling us clearly is the close association between monasteries and wool production, which is a classic part of the later medieval scene, originates in this period. We know from the kill-off pattern of the sheep that they are being managed not for meat, but for their secondary products, particularly wool. We can point to other distinctions. For example, monastic sites have less wild birds generally than secular sites. It may have something to do with differential levels of hawking, for example. And interestingly, roe deer, and the very small assemblage of wild species that we get on sites of this period, 2% typically. Monastic sites have more roe deer than red deer, and there may be some symbolic significance to that. We know in later historical sources that roe deer were associated with attributes such as faithfulness and abstemiousness. So it may be a symbolic aspect that's contributing to these differences. But I want to sort of highlight some more recent evidence based upon my own work. Tried at Lyminge in Kent, which I excavated for over a decade. And the reason it's particularly important for this issue is it's produced a very large zooarchaeological assemblage, but we can see clear diachronic change patterning over time. This is because there are two phases to the site. There's a pre-Christian focus, which is down here, which is actually a royal ceremonial centre, which produced evidence of very large feasting halls. And then the site is relocated in the late 7th century, and in effect you have a Christian or a monastic phase. So the two assemblages cover, several centuries, but with that clear separation. So there's not mixing of context. So you can get some quite refined sort of chronological trends if you compare the two. And this shows up some quite dramatic changes in diet over time. The first being an upsurge in the consumption of marine fish. Lyminge is about 10 miles from the coast, so it's not actually coastal. But it's very, very clear. As you move into the 8th and 9th centuries, you get particularly large gadids, cod, for example, in very significant quantities. And that's very interesting because that suggests a completely new fishing regime. You can't catch these deep water species in the same way that you can do with coastal or inlet or species like herring, for example, which come closer inshore. So it has quite significant implications, this dietary shift that we see. We can also see a very clear shift in the consumption and rearing of chickens. Domestic fowl in the 8th and 9th century. This is the peak associated with that. The chicken has been studied in detail by a big project that looked at the origins and development of chicken husbandry throughout the ages. And it's demonstrated very clearly that these chickens were primarily being reared for egg production. So undoubtedly some meat was being consumed as well, but egg. Now, to my mind, that combination, the upsurge of fish and marine fish in particular, and chickens being bred primarily for eggs, is redolent of a monastic food regime, whether it's necessarily the Benedictine rule, and certainly these foodstuffs were ones which became very important in the later medieval period as fasting foods when the Benedictine rule was formalized and codified. I certainly think that this is very, very good evidence. I should say that new archaeological research based on excavations in Canterbury at St Augustine's Abbey, the first monastery established in England, produced similar levels of fish bone, again in 8th to 9th century assemblages. And I think what we've got to remember here is that monasteries, because of the particular character and nature of monastic landholding and the infrastructure that we know that was gifted or developed on monasteries from Anglo-Saxon charters. So Lyminge, we know from a charter of the 690s, was given coastal estates with named fisheries and salt production sites. We know that they have the infrastructure to be able to make these innovations in procuring new foods and developing new husbandry strategies upon which these new Christian foods depended. So I think this evidence is quite compelling. Third theme, trying to look at artifacts in a bit more nuanced ways than we have previously. Now, in the sort of characterization debate, there's a generalization to just say, well, artifacts across the board, especially when we move into things like dress accessories, are all the same. You know, there's no point really comparing them closely because monasteries, even documented ones like Whitby, produce a lot of metalwork. They're quite finds rich. You find quite a lot of evidence for personal adornment. These are not aesthetic places in the way that people are dressing themselves. So, you know, let's just forget about comparing in that way. But I think that that impression of these places being quite homogeneous is actually misplaced, and that's because we look at them quite superficially in this regard. Now, the first thing to say is regionality is again really, really important. And this has been made very clear in a recent study by John Blair, a book called Building Anglo-Saxon England, where he looked at the whole issue of regionality in Anglo-Saxon England. And what you find time and time again, whether you're looking at coinage, whether you're looking at metal dress accessories, the concentrations are much, much richer in this eastern zone here, mapping it out for us here. Then as you move further west and south, that drops off. That's basically because there was a much more advanced economic and exchange system based on this part of England, partly because of its access to this bit of coast here. So you can't make comparisons between sites across, if you like, this threshold. So a good example of this, we return to our styling. I mentioned eastern sites like Flixborough, Brandon, Little Carlton having 20, 30 styling. Whereas you go to this area and you find you can excavate a well-documented monastic site and they can have none. This doesn't mean that sites in this area were only less literate. In fact, contemporary commentators heap praise on the literary and scholarly output of monasteries in this area, just that the metals, silver, copper alloy, weren't circulating at the same extent, it's more restricted, and they were using other things to write with, goose quills, for example. So we must be really, really careful of that. I just want to take one example of the way that perhaps we can drill down into these artifactual profiles and begin to tease out difference and distinction. And I'm going to use the humble dress pin. These are found in large quantities on Anglo-Saxon settlements of the 8th and 9th centuries across England. They come in a range of well-known and studied decorative variants made in various materials, particular copper alloy, but occasionally in silver as well. Now, we don't have furnished burials in this period, so trying to gender artifacts and understand how they were used on the dress specifically is very difficult. But we know from the final phase of furnished burial in England that pins of this type have a very strong female gendered association. They're found in female graves, sex graves of those female. And also the position of when they're found, it strongly suggests that they were used to fasten headdress and occasionally delicate veils. Now, We can see pins of all shapes and sizes. This is from Brandon. And in some senses, I think we've been blinded by just the material richness of the eastern sites. But if you go to the more modest assemblages from southern and western sites, I think we can begin to sort of see things more clearly. And if you do so, what you find is in places like, for example, Barking Abbey, or a new site of mine at Cookham on the Thames. These are minsters or monasteries established on the Thames. They're dominated by very small pins. I mean, look at this. This is no more than 2 or 3 centimeters. That wouldn't have worked on more robust woolen outer garments. The other thing about them is they're only gilded on the heads here. The gilding doesn't extend down the length or the shaft of the pin, suggesting that they were actually positioned within the headdress. So just one example, but I think there's clear evidence from, in some material categories for gendered significance, which relates to the fact that double monasteries and nunneries, which we talked about earlier today, were very, very influential in the earliest stages of Christianization in England. Many of the key documented sites are of that character. So we can begin to drill down into the artifactual record a bit more in a bit more nuanced way. And so my final theme, I want to sort of, if you like, turn away from trying to tease out differences and look at the similarities between monasteries in the outer world, but in interesting new ways. And I want to do it, I think, looking at ritual practices. And I think what these are telling us, just to sort of preempt what I'm going to say, is that you know, monastic culture did engage with an actively incorporated, quite antecedent ritual practices which form part of their deep-rooted cultural and intellectual inheritance. And we can see this in various scales. And we'll start by the landscape scale. And this is actually quite a well-known piece of research here, published in 2005 by Stocker and Everson. And it's focusing on a riverine landscape. This is the River Witham in eastern England, not far from Lincoln, south of Lincoln. And this is a landscape which has produced fascinating evidence for long-term cycles of votive deposition, focused on a series of causeways, because we're in low-lying fenland here. So the crossing points of the river are accessed via causeways. And there are significant concentrations of metalwork deposited in the river at the end of these causeways. And this tradition goes back to the Bronze Age. So you get Bronze Age weaponry deposited along the length here. But what's interesting is that the metalwork recovered from these sites, the causeway sites, actually as much longer term than that. And that becomes significant when we look at the early medieval monastic foundations in this area. So each of these crosses is a monastic foundation, and they are being established at the end of those causeways that had been being used since the prehistoric period. So what seems to be happening here is that we have a network of monasteries being established, in a sense, and in the process resacralizing this ritually charged environment as a Christian landscape. And what that does is it encourages further generations of votive deposition right the way through into the later medieval age and later medieval period. So you get, you know, medieval swords, for example, deposited in these same places. I want to narrow the focus next to look at ritual actions within settlements themselves. And some insights into this area, partly triggered by a really important paper by Helena Hamerow in 2006 and published in Medieval Archaeology, examining so-called special deposits, unusual deposits of animal, human remains, other artifacts, being treated in unusual and distinctive ways. And her research has been followed up by someone what's called Clifford Schofield, sort of extending that approach, if you like, to a broader range of sites. And what's really interesting is, contrary to expectations, these sort of structured deposits, if you like, that might be the word that prehistorians would use, are actually found quite commonly in monastic Christian settings. Perhaps not where we'd expect to find them. So some examples of this. The evidence for large collections of animal remains, best interpreted as feasting debris, have been found in a number of monastic contexts, including 12 sheep skulls and the remains of at least 12 lambs found in a pit from Hartlepool. Here at Ensham Abbey, one of the Thames monasteries, on this pit with a large volume, thousands of fragments of animal bone, but very distinctive, preponderance of skulls or other articulated parts of animals, a very wide species range, domestic but also wild as well. This is probably one of the best examples of a sort of a feasting deposit that we have from this period. Just continuing with the animal theme, a horse skull and associated skeleton was buried at the threshold to a timber building interpreted as a church, as a cemetery focusing on it, at Brandon, at the site of Brandon. And this magnificent tool hoard, contained in a pair of lead tanks here, from Flixborough, was buried outside a building that had burials associated with it, which is a possible mortuary chapel. And one of the objects in that hoard is this iron bell with a Christogram on it, which I think has most likely has a liturgical context. So these examples provide compelling evidence that monastic communities channeled a deep theme of devotional behavior, if you like, that ran alongside what would have been the tolerated, accepted parameters of Orthodox Christian ritual. And again, this is casting light on monastic communities as active mediators in the dialogue between native beliefs and traditions and new imported Christian ones. So just to wrap up, in my talk, I've outlined some of the ways in which we can move beyond the impasse which an archaeology of Anglo-Saxon monasticism currently finds itself in. While the characterization debate marked a self-critical awakening of early medieval archaeology as an independent discipline, if you like, one that was freed itself from the shackles of history, no longer a handmaid and all of that sort of stuff. To my mind, at least, some of the component arguments, with the benefit of hindsight, seem reactionary and dogmatic. We need to re-engage with the material evidence from these and a growing number of excavations and work alongside historians and other scholars from other disciplines to develop new frameworks of interpretation that can help us understand monastic practice as lived experience. Now, Anglo-Saxonists have an embarrassment of riches in terms of, amazing archaeology and data sets covering a whole series of different perspectives. And I think the time is right for a reinvigorated research agenda, which embraces monasticism in early England, as in other parts and regions of the continent, Europe, as a concrete and pivotal part of early medieval life. Thank you.
About the point, actually.
Okay.
Or to fall off the edge, I think. So if I go tumbling. I'm going to talk about something a little bit different. My background is in royal sites, and for a time at the end of my PhD, I worked for 6 weeks for my former supervisor on his publication for a project he had on insular monasticism at Turin Pecorn. So I'll talk a little bit about Turin Pecorn, but that's ultimately Tomosa Caragon's site. And the reason I've got to come back to it at the moment, is because we're finally getting around to publishing that work about 8 years later. So I've sort of been revisiting the ecclesiastical sites and ecclesiastical networks around Turin Pecorn in the last kind of year or so, and ultimately, so the context for this is the Rock of Cashel and the Kings of Cashel, which is what my PhD was about. So this is the beautiful Rock of Cashel, hopefully going to be a UNESCO World Heritage Site at some point in the future. An incredible site, also a very problematic site, because even though it is probably the most important royal site of early medieval Ireland, none of what you see is early medieval. It's all late medieval, related to the Episcopal See, and that was founded in 1101. And so in general terms, sort of to give a bit of context to Christianization and sort of background of monasticism in Ireland, Christianity, broadly speaking, comes to Ireland in around about 400, and most people are sort of relatively happy that the sort of direction of travel is from late Roman Britain and the continent. But ultimately, it spreads very rapidly and very widely, and what we end up with is, at least by the end of the 6th century, an extremely dense concentration of ecclesiastical sites, probably one of the densest in an early medieval context in northwestern Europe. There's been long-term debates about the nature of these ecclesiastical sites, whether, for instance, they were originally founded as episcopal foundations and then sort of acquired monastic elements through the period, the degree to which many of these sites might be proprietary in functions, or familial churches, which have been mentioned a few times over the last couple of days. And then ultimately, I suppose, where we've arrived at is probably a context where we appreciate the kind of multifunctional nature of many of these establishments, where they can be one and all of these things at the same time. And ultimately, as I want to talk about, places that probably change a little bit through time in terms of those functions, that they can acquire sort of different elements through the period. And ultimately, I suppose I'd see this as a tempo that can build to a crescendo of monasticism in certain contexts, and then that sort of dies away and then can be reactivated. By and large, there's sort of two models, or two major periods of ecclesiastical foundation that have been identified by recent analysis, and that's one that ultimately is a series of churches founded in the period 400 to about 550 that are very different in terms of their location and function to the churches that are founded between the period 550 and 700. The ones founded in the 5th and 6th century, the kind of early conversion period context, these tend to be Downach type churches, which are a specific term used for churches that are probably founded specifically in the 5th century as episcopal churches with administrative functions and pastoral functions for their local tuha, their local community or dynasty. The pattern for those churches is overwhelmingly for them to be founded adjacent to royal sites. They're founded under royal power with royal sort of impetus. And that seems to sort of be borne out by and large by now. We would appreciate when you find a royal site, you generally would tend to have an ecclesiastical site very, very close by. There's one exception that I'll come on to in a minute. Then once we get into the period around about 550 onwards, things change in terms of the distribution and foundation of sites. And this is where we see lots of churches founded with specific patron saints that would be seen to be monastic. Some of the major ones would be places like Clonmacnoise and Iona. And they tend to move away from those kind of core royal territories and royal landscapes. They tend to be founded in virgin territories. That's maybe a bit too much of a generalization, but they're founded away from settlement cores and they're founded away from elite sites. They're probably still founded with royal patronage and with royal impetus, but their distribution and placement in the landscape is very different. And probably that's related to this idea of sort of creating deserts in the Irish landscape. So, you know, they tend to be in riverine locations, in boggy areas that sort of allow for the creation of that sort of desertum in the landscape, really, to a certain degree. So although there's a heavy royal influence that we've sort of only really started to appreciate in the last 10 years, there's still a lot of work to do in terms of ecclesiastical sites in Ireland. And by and large, oh, sorry, I should have just said in the last slide, this is a sort of a distribution of the main ecclesiastical elements from Matthew Stout's work, but by and large, it's probably thought that between the 5th and 7th century, there's about 4,000 to 6,000 churches founded in the Irish landscape. So the density is about 1 every 3 kilometres. So very, very different to Anglo-Saxon England or other regions where the density is much less common. One of the reasons that's been put forward for that is the idea of more diffuse power structures in Ireland. I don't necessarily think that's very accurate. I think probably the difference is the context of the 5th and 6th centuries was much smaller kingdoms, whereas in, say, Anglo-Saxon context in the 7th century, much larger kingdoms. So the distribution is less dense because there's more kind of royal involvement, probably to the same degree. But if Ireland was Christianized in the 7th century, I think you would find a very different distribution pattern. So when we look at ecclesiastical sites and try and find the monastic element, which is, I suppose, what we're talking about in this conference yesterday and today, and by and large, there's a sort of problematic historiography with monasticism in Ireland that sort of privileged this idea of a Celtic church to sort of have nationalist agendas influence it, and there's still kind of relics of that really in terms of our expectations about what ecclesiastical sites have. But nevertheless, we do have kind of dominant features and characteristics that more or less are common across those kind of 4,000 to 6,000 ecclesiastical sites, where most sites will be defined by an enclosure. Usually there'll be concentric enclosures, often more than one. There'll be a church. In sort of higher status sites, there'll be some element of sculpture. And then in the later period, 9th, 10th, 11th centuries onwards, often you'll find round towers, high crosses, pre-Romanesque churches, but only really at the very high status sites. So even though they're the sort of typical elements of monasteries in Ireland in terms of the popular consciousness, they're really only monuments that we find at the small minority of sites. Nevertheless, that sort of idealized layout of multiple concentric enclosures is sort of epitomized by sites like Armagh, which is probably the most important church in all of Ireland, founded by St. Patrick, supposedly in the 5th century, where we can see a threefold hierarchy of enclosures preserved in the relic street system. And this is also a place that claims to have relics of Jesus Christ himself and Peter and Paul, so maybe they've come to Rome at some point in the 4th and 5th century when the basilica was being reconstructed. But Armagh probably epitomizes this idea of concentric sanctity of enclosures that we also see embodied in manuscripts in the 8th and 9th century, like the Book of Mullin, which has this kind of circular layout of monastic settlements in an idealized sense, and that in terms of the kind of classic type sites is also embodied in places like Nindrum here, just near where I live on Holy Island in Strangford Lough. The problem with this is that none of these elements are specifically monastic or specifically episcopal, and most of these sites, particularly somewhere like Armagh, were both episcopal and monastic. They had abbots and they had bishops. So how we identify in archaeology monasticism in these sites is very problematic. It's something that we have to bear in mind, to a great degree. The idea of the kind of concentric layout, in essence, is to preserve the sanctity of the monastic core of these settlements, but in practice, of course, it was much more nuanced than that. It was probably to define categories of areas for different activities, etc., etc. So when it comes to the majority of work that has sort of been done on monasticism, we're probably relatively poor in this regard in Ireland, even though we have this sort of typically broad and iconic association in popular culture between monasteries and Irish identity and the Irish landscape. There's been very, very little study of monasteries and monasticism per se. So this is sort of the main sites that have been featured in discussion. Holy Island or Nindrum isn't on this, but the vast majority of excavations, or relatively substantial excavations, have actually been on minor sites in the west of Ireland that are really, really well preserved, but they don't necessarily tell us a huge amount about the normal practice of monasticism in kind of the main areas of the central Midlands or kind of the core kingdoms of places of power through the period. So we have sites like Rees, for instance, or Church Island that are sort of type sites again in terms of their layout. They're relatively well-defined ecclesiastical enclosures with clerical elements and cemeteries associated with them, and they divide space between secular and profane areas, all the sorts of things we would expect for monastic settlements. But by and large, we can't necessarily take them as being typical. So there's been very, very little work on sort of centrally located monasteries, or indeed on some of the major establishments like Clonmacnoise or Armagh. They haven't really seen a huge amount of excavation, or if they have, it's probably been unpublished excavation that took place over the last 40 or 50 years. So most substantial investigations have been at relatively minor sites, and when road schemes and infrastructure of the kind of Celtic tiger era generated a huge boon of data for Irish archaeology, it avoided ecclesiastical sites because they could tell where these were in the landscape and they knew they were going to be expensive to excavate. So we didn't, by and large, get a huge influx of new data in the last 10, 20 years from road schemes. Back to the royal sites, and I think hopefully it'll become clear why I think this is important. The kind of classic image of Ireland is from at least the later Iron Age. It's divided into 5 provinces, a poichid, the word for province is a fifth, and these have sort of seminal symbolic capitals. By and large, these capital places are late prehistoric cult sites. They're later prehistoric enclosures with incredible monuments, incredible ritual arenas with huge buildings used as maybe temples, and they're sort of, you know, they're paramountly cult places. The exception to that rule is Cashel, the place that I studied for my PhD, because it's very, very different. So on the bottom of the screen, we have Dunalnia, Navan Fort, and Tara, 3 of the most iconic royal sites from the first millennium AD in Ireland. And on the top, you can see Cashel. You can see the difference straight away. It's not a large internally ditched enclosure. It's a huge rock outcrop that probably acquired kind of different functions through time. And that difference ultimately is very, very key to understanding Cashel's role and its origins, but also the ways in which monasticism was used by its kings through the 6th to 8th centuries. Cashel is probably the most important royal site in all of Ireland. Anybody who studies Tara would probably disagree with me on that regard. But by and large, my sort of feeling about Cashel is that its origin is related to the role of this place in kind of subjection and creation of a province of Munster through the early medieval period. So the polity that's associated with Cashel is the Ivaclera, this group of dynasties that sort of emerged out of central Limerick, that area around Knocklaney, marked in blue on the top of the screen. And they expanded through the 6th and 7th centuries to essentially subject the sort of rival kingdoms in the surrounding territories. And by and large, by about 700 or 750, they had taken over everything in the southern half of Ireland and created the largest of all of the provinces, and subjected the main 2 kind of rival polities, the Kirkcallinta and the Ostriga. And by at least 750, kings of Cashel forwarded this idea that they were the rightful kings of all of the island of Ireland. So they didn't just have eyes on the sort of southern half of Ireland, on Lac-Mogre. They had eyes on ultimately all of Ireland. So I think that context, the kind of political aspirations of its kings are really, really important. By around about 800 or 900, Cashel certainly had a church, which makes it unique because it's the only one of all of those royal sites, like Tara, etc., that has a church on its summit, in the core complex of the site. So that makes it utterly unique. And again, in 1101, it was donated to the church, and it became an episcopal see in 1111. So its development is very, very different to these other royal sites, and that probably is something that makes for a very dynamic element of the kind of monastic backgrounds. One of the other unusual aspects to Cashel is that by and large it doesn't have a later prehistory, which is what defines these other royal sites in Ireland, like Tara, like Navan Fort. In the road scheme that was built in the Celtic Tiger years around Cashel, much closer to Cashel than the road scheme around Tara was the hill of Tara, there was nothing from the early 1st millennium AD. There was no radiocarbon dates between the 1st century to the 5th century AD. So there was nothing happening in this landscape. And through kind of 10 years of research, I have yet to find one prehistoric monument in the sort of 12-kilometer radius around the rock. It's a completely empty late prehistoric landscape, which makes it utterly unique. What's also very unique is that, albeit Cashel is very unique because it's the only one of Ireland's royal sites that has a church, it's also unique in that it's one of the few royal sites from the early medieval period in Ireland that doesn't have churches located in its immediate vicinity. So you think of somewhere like Navan Fort in Ireland, which is the kind of capital of the province of Ulster. It's 1 kilometre from Armagh, which is the foundation of St. Patrick itself. There's probably a church immediately adjacent to the summit of the hill of Tara, Chopkirkpan, founded by a British missionary in the 6th century AD. There's lots of churches in the Rathcroghan landscape. There's a church immediately adjacent to Dunalnia, the capital of Leinster, called Kilcullen. It's normal in the 5th and 6th century context for royal sites to have churches immediately adjacent, albeit they're administered pastoral and perhaps episcopal in their function. All of the churches that we can identify in the royal domain of Cashel none of them are particularly important. None of them have documented associations with saints. They have no real evidence for early medieval activity in terms of the kind of monumental elements we would associate with them. And by and large, the definite early medieval churches that we can find in the wider landscape are actually somewhat removed from the core of the Cashel landscape. They're sites like Turin-Pecon, Clune-Finglas, Derry Clooney, Kilfeacle, Kilmore, Holy Cross, Kilnall and Urry. I'll talk a little bit about Urry in a few minutes. This is extraordinarily unique. To not have churches in this landscape is utterly perplexing. One of the reasons I would suggest that this is the case is that because in the 5th and 6th centuries when this was taking place, when the foundation of Cashel was happening, ultimately what was happening was that they were subjecting the surrounding countryside in a military endeavour. And probably that's the origins of Cashel itself. The term comes from Latin castellum, fortress, and the archaeological evidence that we have for Cashel seems to suggest that it was a large, complex, fortified enclosure. We have good evidence now for huge ditches surrounding the rock and some fortifications leading up to the summit that suggest it's a fortified military site. And so it's not necessarily surprising in that context to not find churches in this landscape, because it's not a place that in the 5th and 6th centuries was perhaps conducive to founding ecclesiastical sites. The reason that in the royal domain of Cashel, in this area outlined in black, that none of these churches have cross associated with them is because we can't be certain that any of these ecclesiastical place names are actually churches, because the only evidence for them being ecclesiastical is the place name itself. There's no archaeological evidence, or there's no kind of saints cults or dedications. One exception is Kilpeak, which is a bit unusual because Kilpeak is exactly on the boundary of the royal domain, and the dedication there is possibly to Bacon, a hermit who's also the patron of Turin-Pecon down in the Glen of Atherlow, far to the south of Cashel. So by and large, it seems that Cashel's kings in the 5th and 6th century were creating a large province. They're engaged in military enterprises, and they weren't founding ecclesiastical sites in the area around Cashel. They probably did patronise one major ecclesiastical site, the site of Emly, the most important church in the south of Ireland, which is actually located adjacent to Knockany, back in the heartland of their power, perhaps in the 4th and 5th centuries. So it's a very dynamic landscape, a very dynamic one, complex political developments through the period. So the first site that I wanted to talk about is Urry. And to all intents and purposes, this is a non-spectacular site. This is a really, really boring ecclesiastical site. There is one reference in the entire early medieval period to this church site that comes from a probably late 7th century text associated with the kings of Cashel that sort of justifies their existence and justifies their kind of political and imperial aspirations in a kind of a late 7th century context. And it refers to the site as Arid Kectriga. Now, the place name is really interesting because Kectriga is a tribal group name. Maybe tribe isn't the accurate word to use there, but it's a name for a lineage who were also the abbatial family that controlled the abbot's seat at Emly, the principal church of Cashel's kings and principal church in the south of Ireland. And when you go and visit the site today, there's nothing to see. There's a small rectangular enclosure in the footings of probably a church that are probably late medieval in date. It does seem to have been a late medieval parish church, but by and large, other than that, we know very, very little about the nature of the establishment. There's no clear indication, or there wasn't until very recently, of any sort of major early medieval component, apart from being mentioned in this text of around about 670 to 700. The context of it being mentioned in this text from around about 670 in Conalkirk and the Kirk of Ligda is, it says, Curper MacCriven, who's a king of Cashel, who died around about 580. He gave Cloyne to Coleman MacLeanine, or Coleman of Cloyne is the patron saint of the monastic site of Cloyne, and Arid Kectriga and Kelnaglia. Now, Kelnaglia is this site of Kilnall, that you can see on the far right-hand side of the screen. Urry is Arid Kectriga. And really what this suggests is that this is a series of churches that are being referred to albeit somewhat later in the 7th century, but the activities of a 6th century king. Those churches are in the areas that Cashel's kings were expanding into in the 6th and 7th centuries. These are territories that they're taking over. So the first thing they seem to have done is founded ecclesiastical sites in those territories that they're taking over, perhaps to sort of alienate that landscape, to sort of prevent its reconquest. So they're using churches in this sort of political program of foundation to justify their existence, but also to sort of solidify their position in a political context too. That seems to work as an argument because Cloyne is in County Cork, in the far kind of south of the province of Munster, so it's some distance away from Kelnalia and Arid Kectriga. And so it suggests that these are churches being founded in kind of military landscapes, but being given to cults of families that are sort of loyal to the royal ruling dynasty. And that seems to be explicitly the case in the case of Uri, because the Kectriga are also the people who inaugurated Kings of Cashel. They controlled the abbatial seat at Emly, so they're the most important kind of abbot's family in all of Munster, and they inaugurated Kings of Cashel. So this should be actually a relatively important site, but there's very, very little to see. We can just about make out the hint of an ecclesiastical enclosure on the left-hand side of the screen. You can just see a bit of a curve. That was sort of one of the reasons we decided we'd do some geophysics. So we didn't have a huge hope for this when we approached the site, and lo and behold, we found bucket loads of stuff in some geophysical survey. So what we were able to identify was a very complex system of enclosures associated with the ecclesiastical site, which is the sort of the standard template we would expect for important ecclesiastical sites in this period. The scale is actually quite large. It's probably about the same size as Clonmacnoise in terms of the scale of the enclosures at this site. And what's interesting too about it is that we have different kind of clusters of enclosures at the site that might suggest there's sort of two groups of enclosure that relate to two different periods of enclosure at the site. And this is, going back to the Collectio Canonum Hibernensis and the Book of Mulling that tell us about this hierarchy of sanctity associated with ecclesiastical sites. This is sort of what we expect important ecclesiastical sites to look like in Ireland, have this concentric arrangement of enclosures. So the only registered monument at the site is the church that survives, the square enclosure that the church is located within, and then a later medieval bawn, which you can see in the three red dots on the bottom. So we're quite pleased with this, trying to tease out the sort of the nature of the results in the magnetometry is a bit difficult. Maybe some of the features that we've identified are probably late medieval in date related to that later activity associated with the bawn. But what we can clearly see in the geophysics is those kind of two groups of enclosures. So we have the orange enclosures that are around the core of the site, probably around the original church site. And then we have an outer series of enclosures, but until we open a few trenches across these enclosures and date them, we can't say for certain, but possibly these are related to the expansion of the site through time, that as it got bigger and bigger and more complex, it required a larger area to be defined as kind of sacred and a kind of managed space to be managed too. It also has a huge avenue leading into it from the north. And when we were actually doing the survey, we realized that the avenue is a sort of a large kind of banked, scarped and banked area, but it's lined by a whole series of unrecorded standing stones. So possibly they're late prehistoric in date and they're being used to structure the use of space here. And I've suggested that possibly because the name of the site implies the lineage who inaugurated Kings of Cashel, that this is the starting point of inauguration ceremonies for Kings of Cashel. It's about 7 kilometres to the northeast of Cashel, which is in the direction that the inauguration avenue of Cashel actually runs. So we have some element of settlement foci, we have some element of perhaps the suggestion of an expansion through time. Whether this site is monastic or not is actually a really difficult question to answer, because ultimately the only argument for it being monastic is the fact that the family are also abbots and control the abbacy of Emly. It doesn't necessarily imply that this foundation itself would be abbatial and it would have a monastic element. As I said, it's a very large complex. It's one that is unusually complex in terms of the numbers of enclosures. I can't think of any parallel for it in Ireland, certainly in terms of its scale. What we can also see in some of the geophysics is the possibility that there's a division between the area around the church and the area in the rest of the enclosures. That there's something we see the kind of classic type sites in the west, like Risk, where we have a clear division of the internal space to suggest that the sacred and profane elements of the core ecclesiastical settlement are sort of readily defined. So possibly we have a hint of that here. And then we certainly have some element of settlement associated with the area outside of the kind of enclosure complex, where we could identify structures and buildings, albeit they could be of any date really. There's a sort of the complexity of these enclosures and the avenue is really interesting because it gives us clear indication of structured space. The movement into this site is very controlled. It's very sort of hierarchical. But again, you know, that question of if this is monastic or if it's proprietary is very, very important. It could be any. It could be a site that ultimately was a proprietary establishment of this lineage that gave them an ecclesiastical site near to Cashel, where their patrons were located, and perhaps it acquired some monastic elements later in the period, maybe related to expansion or whatever. What's even more striking is that we don't have any reference to it. There's no later, you know, for its scale, there's no later historical references to suggest why it's so large or what sort of site it is. So it sort of falls out of the documentary records after the late 7th century, perhaps related to the decline of the lineage associated with it too. So it's a sort of a snapshot in time to a certain degree. Contrast this really then in terms of the sort of the odd ecclesiastical landscape that surrounds Cashel. Again, we have that image in the middle that shows the complete absence of ecclesiastical sites in the area around Cashel. So this area here is this area here, so you can really see this on the map. This also shows you just how many churches exist in the early medieval period in Ireland, because it would be accepted that probably all of these churches are early medieval ecclesiastical establishments, and the density is really, really striking. Now again, are these monastic, are these episcopal, are they proprietary? Probably we have a huge spectrum and, you know, a possibility of change in these settlements through time. The other two sites that I'm going to look at are a site in Lurgo called Derrynaflan or Derrynaflan and Tureen, and to try and explain some of those distinctive elements to the landscape. There is churches being founded by Cashel's kings, both in the conversion period and in that period of major monastic foundations, but for some reason they're not founding them adjacent to the royal site of Cashel. They're founding them at the margins of the kingdom that they're establishing, but also at the margins of the landscape that they're establishing too. Because if we just go back slide. Oh, sorry, wrong direction. You can see Urry is in a bog. All of the place names suggest that Urry is essentially an island in the middle of a bog. So it's a sort of Irish equivalent of a desertum. Whether or not that means it's monastic is another element too. But certainly the other sites, Derrynaflan and Tureen, they seem to be founded with this ideal of sort of a monastic desertum at their heart. Sorry, I got too far. Okay, so to contrast that, Urry is not a royal, well, it's probably a royal foundation, but it's not on royal land, which is sort of unusual, not unusual in its own right, but it is important when we come to look at Tureen-Pecone, the site that Tomas has been working on for the last decade. And this is Tureen-Pecone today. There's a Romanesque church and a collection of sculpture, which is one of the reasons it's famous. It's probably one of the largest collections of sculpture from the early medieval period in this part of Munster. The other largest collection is very nearby, a site called St. Berethur's Kyle. The patron of Tureen-Pecone is a chap called Bacon the Hermit. So he's clearly a monk, but he's also a very, very important monk. He features in kind of 7th century debates about the calculation of Easter in Ireland, a famous letter written by Común about the calculation of Easter. He's one of the addressees of this letter, so he's clearly implicated in the major debates about liturgical practice and sort of wider ecclesiastical debates. Tureen is also important because it possibly has one of the earliest, if not the earliest, high cross from all of Ireland, and it has an inscription that suggests an Anglo-Saxon connection on the cross too. It's obviously clearly related to St. Berethur's Kyle because they both have a large collection of sculpture and they're very, very close together. So this is Tureen, Clun Ard Mobecock, and then Kelberther is here. Now, the first thing that you see when you look at this map, although it's maybe a bit busy for a relatively small screen, is the density of churches around these two sites. Compare that with the area around Cashel here, where we don't have any churches. The absence of churches here contrasts with the sheer complexity of the foundations in this area. except for this region here, between the mountains. This is known as the Glen of Aherlow. This is a famously wooded area, and it's a sort of a place where all the place names suggest that this is a massive forested region. All the slopes of the hills are forested, and they were at least as late as the 16th and 17th century. So that's a very important element. The sculpture is pretty incredible from the site. This is St. Berters on the right-hand side, and then some of the kind of pieces of sculpture that are built into the ecclesiastical complex that survives there. Generally, in the kind of 20th century, the government created works to kind of improve archaeological sites, and one of the ways to stop pieces of movable ecclesiastical sculpture from disappearing was to build them into buildings, so they all get reused in sort of in that vein. So St. Berters, I won't talk a huge amount, has a very complex series of sculpture associated with it, that by and large this sculpture at Turin and St. Berters is 7th to 9th century. We have little evidence for post-9th century sculpture from either of those two sites, which is a sort of an indication of the period when they fell out of use. So Moss's excavations at Turin, they sort of started off with some geophysical survey to find the complex, and like Ari, it's a relatively unencompassing or unexciting site to look at from a kind of a field monument perspective. One of the unusual things about it is it has a large hill, or sort of a hilly area that is incorporated into part of the enclosure. So the ecclesiastical enclosure was identified in the geophysics, and it's actually partly a very hilly area that clearly wasn't used in terms of the wider settlement. The geophysics allowed Tomas and the team to actually identify a couple of targets for excavation, and that's ultimately 2 or 3 seasons of excavation that they did were kind of elaborating on those targets. This was my undergraduate training excavation, probably a long time ago now, about 10 or 12 years ago. And ultimately, one of the most fascinating things that were found were, I suppose, an indication of burials within the church, none that necessarily go back particularly early. There was no clear evidence for a sort of an early medieval church within the Romanesque church that was excavated, but they did find an early medieval settlement component to the complex, which is this really intriguing site here. This is defined by it's defined by a ditch, you can see here. Part of the enclosure that ditch forms is actually a stream, you can see it here, that was uncovered in the excavations. And inside of that ditch is a double palisaded enclosure that you can see here. And inside that double palisaded enclosure was a rectangular building. The double palisaded enclosure is about 13 meters in diameter. Now, this is a really, really unusual monument. This, according to Tomas, was completely unparalleled anywhere in early medieval Ireland. Even the architecture of the building itself, with a large central post, is not something we get in domestic architecture in Ireland. Just clearly seems to be 2 phases of activity here, where we possibly have a settlement focus that then later gets used for metalwork and activity. And I suppose one of the potential explanations for this is that this is a sort of a hermitage within the ecclesiastical complex for the hermit, bacon, or whatever monk is associated with it. Now, recently, I got very excited because I work at a site called Navan Fort, which is this incredible Iron Age complex that you see the photo of on the top right. And for about 3 or 4 years, I've been trying to figure out the date of the building on the right-hand side. Now, this is a 16-meter diameter, double-walled, double palisaded enclosure with a berm between the 2 walls. And inside the enclosure is possibly a rectangular structure of some shape or form with a large central post. And outside the entrance to it is a clearly defined porch with 2 burials. Now, this is more or less exactly what we have at Turin Pecon, because when this site was excavated, it's actually this barrow here. Technically, the monument, when it was pre-excavation, was a ring barrow. It should be a burial monument. Otherwise, if you didn't know otherwise, you would think it was a late prehistoric burial monument. But inside it was part of an Iron Age building, this one here, and in this building. And this has always been interpreted as Iron Age in date. But the only evidence we have for its date is a 6th century penannular brooch and a series of animal bones from the ditch that you can just make out here that were 4th to 7th century AD in date. So for me, this has always been an early medieval building, probably 5th or 6th century in terms of its date. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a hermitage, but this is only 1 kilometre from Armagh, the most important church in all of Ireland, and this was ecclesiastical land in the early medieval period. The enclosure of Navan Fort itself was held by clerics, it was ecclesiastical in the early medieval period. So possibly this could be an ecclesiastical complex. One of the reasons for suggesting that is just here to the north, in this area here, we have a large rectangular building that we've identified in geophysics survey, which is perfect length to breadth ratio for an ecclesiastical church. We get rectangular buildings in Ireland in a domestic context, but they don't have that same shape and form. So happily, in about 2 weeks' time, I reopen these trenches and we'll be able to try and accurately date it. But we recently found one of these burials and I got very excited because I thought we could date this burial and date the building accurately. And it turned out to be 18th or 19th century AD in date. So I'm not particularly convinced there hasn't been a mistake made, because we submitted a date for this burial and for a burial that was found in a quarry. And the burial that was found in a quarry, I would expect to be post-medieval in date. Both were female rib bones that we submitted. So I would suggest tentatively that maybe there's been a mix-up in terms of the dates, because we would expect that we got a 5th to 6th century date for the quarry burial, and we would have expected a 5th to 6th century date for this one, because we don't have East-West extended inhumation in Ireland before the 5th or 6th century. So that's possibly a parallel for Turin, but yet to be figured out. Another example of, I suppose, a small circular enclosure with a square element to it is actually a site in Scotland. And as you can see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, this is known as the Cauldron at Kingart. So although it's a bit of a leap, possibly we have some sort of a template here in these 3 sites for maybe some sort of a hermetic element within wider complexes and landscapes of major ecclesiastical sites. But you know, that is a bit of a leap. For me, one of the most fascinating things about Turin Picon is its landscape setting, because this is almost certainly not only a royal monastery of the Kings of Cashel, but also a monastery on royal land. Because Cashel was granted to the church in 1101, we know where the royal domain and the royal lands of the Kings of Cashel were. We can identify them and reconstruct them. And the parish that Turin is located in is a royal estate. So it's not just an ecclesiastical site founded on a royal estate where they were gifted land. This was maintained as a royal estate through to the end of the period. The parish is also called Killardry, which translates as Church of the High King. So clearly there's sort of a political agenda there to it. And as I said, this is a heavily wooded area. Knobquill is the term used in the early medieval period. And possibly the reason for that is that this is a hunting ground. This is a landscape of hunting and sort of aristocratic pursuits for the Kings of Cashel. And they maintained this monastery of this hermit in this period too. On the estate, we also have a major assembly landscape at a site called Drangan, where you can see here, this is the townlands of Drangan on the edge of the parish of Killardry, where there's no ecclesiastical site within that townland, but there's a huge mound that is sort of typical of assembly landscapes, just to the very kind of perimeter of this site. One of the real contrasts in this landscape, in terms of its landscape setting, is not only the concentration of churches in and around Turin Picon, but also the absence of secular settlement monuments. We have about 60,000 secular settlement monuments in the landscape of early medieval Ireland that we can just identify based on the field remains. And there's very, very few in this Glenabacherlow area, by contrast to the area around Cashel or elsewhere. So even though this was a royal estate and it had a large number of churches, there's very, very little evidence for secular settlement, which probably relates to that sort of function. Further indications of sort of the importance of Turin from kind of a landscape perspective is that the parish of Killardry also has a church called Kill or Quill na Casca. And Casca is the word for Easter. So this is technically the direct translation is the Easter Church. And also just on the outskirts of the royal domain of Cashel itself, we have a site called Ardmail, which literally means the height of the prince. But the dedication in the church at Ardmail is actually to Gregory the Great, which is really unusual, because in Ireland, by and large, 99% of all ecclesiastical sites are dedicated to local patron saints, to the local founder. You don't find them dedicated to universal saints, Peter and Paul, bar at places like Armagh. So this is one of the very few or sort of small handful of sites that is dedicated to Gregory the Great, or another kind of universal saint in Western Christendom. So because Bacon was associated with the Easter controversy and actively involved in the communications with the Papal See in Rome about this and letters written amongst Irish ecclesiastics, this is probably far from coincidence. This probably signals the sort of the stance of Kings of Cashel on the Easter question and the calculation of Easter, albeit in the context of them maintaining a very important monastery on royal land, on the sort of royal estates that they maintain too. So the final site then just to look at is Derrynaflan, and this is a very, very famous site, not because of the ecclesiastical remains, but because of a hoard that was found there through metal detecting in the 1980s. And Derrynaflan, the original name for it was Dara Eidenach, Dara Eidenach, which means the wood of the ivy. But at some point in the late 8th century, the name was changed to Derrynaflan to reflect the association of two monks named Flan associated with this site, who were very, very important in the kind of monastic reform movement of the 8th and 9th century. That monastic reform movement was called the Caeli Dei, the Servants of Christ, and these were militant monks. They would challenge kings, they would remonstrate with kings about their sort of absence of proper ecclesiastical protocols. And Derrynaflan is a very, very important site in the context of that Caeli Dei movement in the late 8th and into the 9th century. The dedication, or sort of association of a dedication with this site, is to a saint called Kirknewthen. That's almost certainly a misnomer, because Kirknewthen is not a saint otherwise attested, and that's probably a corruption of a dynastic name, the Kirkonewton, a lineage. That this would be a lineage name because Kirku is a collective group noun for a people. So possibly what we have is an ecclesiastical site that was a proprietary church, a familial church, that was transformed into a monastic site at some point because of the changes in dedication associated with its saints. So it's named for those important 9th century clerics, and it's certainly monastic because it's recorded as having a number of abbots in ecclesiastical context. The first thing that you can notice about its landscape setting is in the middle of a bog, like Urry. It's also on that ridge to the west of Cashel, or to the east of Cashel, that is sort of the area that kings of Cashel are founding churches in the 6th and 7th centuries in the sort of swordland or military regions. So in that context, it's probably the kind of Irish equivalent of a desertum in that sense, because we can find lots of boggy areas where you have a settlement, an island of settlement in the landscape, not really a huge amount of sites otherwise. Limited excavations have recovered some beware or late Roman amphora. There's a U-section ditch that's a vallum that's been excavated, although not precisely dated. There's been some burials excavated, adults and children, so not perhaps necessarily what you might expect for a monastic site. But there is monumental foci, like some of Gabor's sites, where there's ring barrows and mounds within the cemetery that might suggest an earlier kind of cluster of monuments. And the most important element of Derrynaflan is this incredible liturgical hoard that was found of the Derrynaflan chalice and paten. Derrynaflan is also important because one of the first kings of Cashel to be a cleric before he became king of Cashel was Feidlimid MacCriven. And Feidlimid was probably a scribe and anchorite, possibly an abbot at Derrynaflan. So almost certainly this is the monastery that he came out of to assume kingship as a monk, as a monastic individual in the early 9th century. This is the Derrynaflan hoard, an incredible collection of early medieval metalwork, and probably one of the most famous examples of early medieval metalwork from all of Ireland. I think the context for this is Feidlimid MacCriven being king of Cashel and also being a monk at Derrynaflan. It's very unlikely that such a high status collection of metalwork would be patronised by anything other than a paramount king like Feidlimid. So I think possibly a context for that is this passage that talks about Derrynaflan in a Caeli Dei context, and it says that this is where Lent was celebrated, or it mentions Lent, and perhaps this is the kind of ecclesiastical metalwork used at Lent for the celebration of Easter, and kings of Cashel are supposed to have particular taboos associated with their roles in an Easter context. So I'll breeze through this bit because I know I'm going a little bit over time and Maria Angelis is about to kill me. But to go back to Cashel, Cashel then is a site that's a sort of a fortress. We can tell this from geophysical survey, from LiDAR, and looking at the complex itself. We have large enclosures. You can see the remnants of them here. You see some suggestion of them in LiDAR, and we've done some excavations recently to show that some of these are absolutely huge. They're about 7 meters wide, some of the ditches surrounding this complex. And there's older excavations that suggest the possibility of some large stone fortifications around the summit of the rock. But what actually stood on the summit of the rock itself, we know very little about, because there's a 13th century cathedral that obliterated everything. There was limited excavations in the 1990s, very, very poor excavations in the area of Cormac's Chapel. Outside of what they tell us, we can probably say that there was late Roman amphora, like found at Derrynaflan, that were found in those excavations, albeit out of context. There was probably a cairn that we've identified in some geophysics just here. That's possibly a sort of a royal burial monument, because we have this very unusual reference to one of the earliest kings of Cashel and his burial place facing north on the rock. Possibly this is the monument that we've identified, and we have the possibility of a large enclosure ditch in the resistivity at the base of the knoll too. But outside of that, we can say very little about how the summit of the rock changed through time. What we can say, however, is that in the 9th century, when the Derry na Flan hoard was being built, there was a church built on the Rock of Cashel. And this is the one I mentioned, but this is an incredibly unique monument in an Irish context. It's the only church from any royal site that's ever been excavated. It's also tiny. It's about 4 meters wide. It's absolutely minuscule. This is the plan of it here. And around the time that this is constructed in the 9th century, we have all these passages talking about Cashel. When they talk about, they talk about the church at Cashel, they mention it around about 800, and they explicitly link it with the stone of inauguration of Cashel's kings. But they also talk in other texts about the falling of the idols at the other royal sites, and they leave Cashel out of this. And possibly it's because this is church that's just been constructed on this site. Because in this period, a whole range of clerics from the around about 800 to the end of the start of the 11th century, or kings of Cashel were also clerics. This is possibly a royal church and perhaps a monastic one, because they were abbots. They held abbacies as well as being kings of Cashel too. And we have a 9th century piece of a high cross that suggests that this is part of a wider ecclesiastical reorientation of the site at that point. The church was rebuilt at some point in the 11th century. So when we talk about a church in early medieval Ireland, we're talking about post holes like this, very unspectacular compared to some of the sites that we saw yesterday. And it was either rebuilt by Brian Boru in the 11th century or by the lineage that he was sort of opposing at that point. And then finally, the final stage for Cashel is this incredible church, the Church of Cormac McCarthy, Cormac's Chapel, and the most elaborate example of a Romanesque church built in Ireland, really incredible building with 2 towers, but this is a royal church too. One of the unique things about this is that this completely obliterates all the divisions that existed on the site that we can identify from the excavations in previous areas. And it probably also housed the inauguration stone of the Kings of Cashel, because this very elaborate doorway leads to nowhere. And we're told in a genealogical text that the stone was located within the chapel. So this is a really elaborate church, but it's also one that actually housed an anchorite, housed a hermit in the upper story, in the royal chamber on the upper story of the building too. So we have a very sort of monastic context for this site too. So that's really me done. And the sort of takeaways, I suppose, are that I suppose it's very difficult to determine exactly a site when it becomes monastic or not. But by and large, the problem for us isn't necessarily one in Ireland about whether a site is monastic or not, but really looking at the ways in which they change through time. And I think Turin Pecan, St. Bertha's Kyle, Derry na Flan, they all fall away in the 9th century. None of them have any evidence for activity after the 9th century, apart from being later parish churches, probably because the shift in the role of the Kings of Cashel shifted to Cashel itself. They built an ecclesiastical site on the top of the rock, and their interest in supporting monastic enterprises and monastic networks just disappeared once the first cleric assumed kingship on the Rock of Cashel, Beidream the Criven too. So stop, just a couple of minutes ago. I didn't fall off.
Yes, please, because otherwise
thank you very much. So as Maria just said, we're going to present excavations on one of the sites that we have been working on since a long time now, and it's pronounced Martinschitz. It's a classical complex of Martinschitz on the island of Tres. So maybe you are not aware completely of the geography of these Adriatic islands. So we are just presenting it very fast, very quickly. It's the island of Tres is situated in this northeastern part. In this northeastern part of the Adriatic coast, and it had belonged during the antiquity to the Dalmatian province. And what you see in front of you is the situation of the Dalmatian province after the Diocletian's reforms, which shows you clearly that those islands, all the islands of the region that we're working on, belonged to that province. Why I'm very keen on really underlining this geographical position, it's because for this region in particular, with Salona as its capital, we know that in this region, from that period, almost from that period onwards, which means from 4th century onwards, we do know about a lot about the monasteries that have been founded. From Jerome, we know that in very early periods, we have multiple monasteries through the islands, on the islands of the Dalmatian coast, but none of them, or clearly almost none of them, have been really identified. There is no other written source. This is why we have entitled our communication Without a History, because we really lack written sources, but we do not lack, as you will see further on, archaeological sites. So sometimes it's the other way around in other regions. In our region, it's this way. No, almost none whatsoever for the early periods, but a lot of sites. And then we know from very rare mentions, general mentions that we can have on monastic sites, that those monastic sites probably developed very nicely and evenly on the Dalmatian coast and on the Dalmatian islands, because we know that from Salona Council that took place in July, 15th of July, 530, they mention those abbots, the directors, presidents of the monasteries, of multitude of monasteries, and they are trying to, in those councils, in those Salona Council, they're trying to regulate their way of living and the way of using the territories. So this is a very important indication for us for the existence, the real existence of those monasteries on our island. Another feature that will be really very important for you to be aware of is a historical one for this region, and it's really well shown through this geopolitical map, is that even though in the antiquity and late antiquity, with the map that I showed you before, we were in the presence of Western Roman Empire, and this Dalmatian part of the coast was always connected to this western part of the empire. But in the early Middle Ages, the situation gets rather complicated, and it culminates through 8th, especially 9th century, in this situation where the Eastern Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, holds at least nominally the northern Adriatic islands, while the coastland and the hinterland belong to the Western sphere and the new establishing Croatian duchesses and then kingdom. This is the situation. I'm not going to talk more about it, but it will be very important for the part of this monastic occupation of the site that we're going to present. So as for the region itself now, I'm shrinking I'm focusing the map on those northeastern Adriatic islands, just to point out the density of the settlements. I look at Patrick with density in Ireland. We have almost the same density on our islands. They're pretty much smaller than Ireland, but they're big enough to host numerous different sites with a very developed ecclesiastical organization of the territory ever since the late antiquity. The situation that you can see is a situation that combines end of 4th century, 5th century, 6th century data. So I have combined it all on this map through my PhD, and you can tell that you have more than 75 sites, rural sites, and a lot of bishoprics. You have at least one bishopric per island, which is a very interesting feature, and we will discuss maybe about it with the Balearics also, this situation. So if you look into a rural settlement pattern, you can tell that there is also a very important continuity, and this is continuity we're really working on a lot, and you will see it on the site that we're going to present. This continuity shows you it's very clear through this map, where you can see all the squares showing the sites that have been recognized as Roman sites, probably villas. That most probably not all villas, but in Croatian historiography we do have this problem. Every Roman rural site has been called villa, through historiography, which is now today. It would be good to check if it's really an agglomeration, a villa, or something else, because it would be interesting for the church itself. When the church itself is built in this kind of site, the difference could be crucial. Well, in any case, we do have a lot of Roman sites dating from 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, especially 3rd century is very important. And ever from 4th century onward, and once again, we will explain why we date some of the churches this high. So since the 4th century onward, most of those sites do have at least a church. They're all Christianized, if we can use that kind of term. And even for those sites that stayed white on that map, you can see for a great number of them, we are just not aware maybe of a church site that might be there, but because of the lack of archaeological data, we do not know really the situation. So we can almost say that it's almost 100% sites that have been reused and used through the late antiquity at least. So with all this introduction that I've just made, the geopolitical situation, the geographical situation, insularity as a special feature, the density of the occupation, all of this gave us the material of questions and reflections that has been expressed through this new program that we are conducting with Sébastien in collaboration with French School of Rome, Pascal Chevalier from UMR-ARTEIS, and Stéphane Joanny for the written sources, also from UMR-ISOMA from Lyon. This program, as clearly you can see from its title, entitled Monacorale, deals with history and archaeology of monasteries and church complexes, and this is very important in our debate on how to recognize the monastic site among those church complexes on all the Eastern Adriatic coast. We have begun the work last year, yes, in February last year. So I can say we're really in the beginning of the process, knowing that the archaeological site that we're working on, we have started to work on it almost 10 years ago. So we do have more things to present than just 1 year excavated. No, in also, but not on MARTÍN. Yeah. So as you can see, I'll go through it very fast. This program benefits of very rich collaboration with Croatian institutions, which is really extremely important, and we're very grateful to all our Croatian collaborators from Zagreb, Zadar, from Istria, etc., Split, of course, etc. And the program itself is divided in different VPs. You all know how it works. We have to have working packages, but they're pretty logical, and we really do work like that. And one of the VPs, I'm not going to detail every one of them, but one of the VPs is really concentrated on a laboratory zone. That is the zone that I have, the territory that I have, insular territory that I have just shown you. And of course, the program research on the site of MARTÍN. You can see here, the Eastern Adriatic coast has been divided into zones, different zones with different teams working in each zone for the creation of the corpus. That will be eventually, after the program, published online. It will be a GIS database of all the sites, ecclesiastical complexes of the Eastern Adriatic coast, the most important ones. And of course, the blue one is concerned by VP3 laboratory zone, and the dot that you can see now on the map is where our site is situated. On the other hand, it inscribes itself in a very interesting geography, almost hagiography or ecclesiastical geography of those islands. And I draw your attention, our site is here, and it's situated only a 9-kilometer straight line from the episcopal center, from the bishopric. This is an important feature, important information you will understand when we show you the characteristics of this early Christian church that we will talk about. So you can see it here. It's those two sites, also where the bishopric is, and MARTÍN, our site where we're working on, not very far away. They're both situated on a very important maritime route, connecting the main maritime road. If I go back, can you see my, no, it's not, can you show? The main maritime route connecting the main maritime route with the deep gulf, the Gulf of Kvarner, and the passes in the coastline. You have passes in the mountains in the coastline. So these are like highways, real Adriatic highways towards Sistia, towards Emona, or Ljubljana today, or Sisak today, or Pannonia in general. So not that isolated as you might think when you see all those batteries. I didn't see. Thank you. So where was I? They're not that isolated as we might think. The site itself is you can see it on this lighter image made by Michael Donus from Ludwig Boltzmann Institute of Vienna. You can see that the site is pretty large and extremely rich in probable remains. Of all of we know of that site, we have managed to topography or make a topographical survey of one part of that complex. You can see the complex here in gray of villa. I will tell you some words about it just later on. Early Christian complex and a church, a chapel in the bottom, at the bottom of the bay. But you can see clearly that there are some other features around the complex that need to be looked upon. Until our research, only the big church was known to the scholars and through the literature, archaeological bibliography. So the church. Before I go on with the church, I need to underline the fact that this site belongs to this category. I liked a lot Marta's categorization because it really finds echo in our sites also. And this one belongs to this category of villa, reused villa, and transformation of the villa from late antiquity onwards throughout the early Middle Ages. So on this topographical map, you can see clearly that our church on the right is connected intimately with this late antique, this villa, antique Roman, probably 2nd century villa. That belongs, and now we know it because we found it a couple of years ago, 2019, this inscription saying clearly that there is a person, Publius Glentius Lucifilius, that was probably the owner of the villa, or in other words, this person belonged to the Cluenti family that has been a very influential family in northern Italy. And this is the proof that one of the proofs, because we do have some other evidences for that period, for Roman period of the Roman sphere really very present through very influential families and their estates throughout the classical Roman period. But so this villa has clearly we have second, even some 1st century, 2nd, 3rd century elements. But it has, this is a very important thing to underline, it has late antique phases, very important late antique phases, very rich one at 5th century, 4th, 5th century until the 7th century. So we know that villa has been occupied throughout the late antiquity as we see it in the Adriatic, which means like 7th century to late antique. On the outskirts of that villa, at the end of the 4th century, a huge complex emerges. You can see here, you can see the situation of the bay, very well protected from all the winds. I can assure you, we have tried it. And the church itself, this is the photo after this year's campaign, has all that it needs for an early Christian complex, a very full early Christian complex. I will just, in a couple of minutes, explain all the features that it has before being transformed into something else, and that will be Sebastian's job. So the church, we have explored the whole surface of the church. It gave us the information about a probable previous phase in the northern arm. We have a previous rectangular, almost quadrangular room, but we did not know the function because we talked about yours yesterday. But we know that the church itself overlapped it very quickly, very soon, and the northern wall of the nave has just and the northern arm of the transept has just englobé, enveloped that first feature. The nave of the church was covered by a very finely made mosaic. The church had on the northern side a sacristy or secretarium, once again with a very nicely made mosaic that have been dated to the 5th century. But the church also had a baptistry that is one of the main really discoveries for this church these last years. The church had baptistry that had developed through time. So we know that baptistry was there at least already in the 5th century, and it developed further on with this apse that you can see. I will come back to the southern transept because it's interesting. I will just show you some of the details of baptistry. It's a quadrangular room, a very simple quadrangular room with the piscina inscribed in the pavement. So you entered into the piscina. The piscina had very strange shape. It has been surrounded with a hexagonal margin, but itself it had a ovoid ellipsoid form. And in another phase, there has been a pediluvium constructed just in front of the piscina between the main doors, the doors leading into baptistry to the piscina, and then from piscina the neophyte could enter the church through the door that you can see on the left. But what is really important with that part is that the transept, the southern transept that is connected to this baptistry is just leaning to the transept. The transept had couple of graves that we can recognize as formae type graves, and those formae type graves have, of course, as all formae, have been constructed together at the same time for a community. Anthropological analysis, datation shows us that it must have been first a family community, a familia from the villa that has been that used this part as their funerary part. And the datation was a blast for us because the church was always dated very late because of its shape, 6th century, sometimes even 7th, but the datations gave us 4th century and the 4th century for the construction of the church. That was confirmed also with other C14 dates that we made. Don't have time. If we go back to the church has features that are very important to us to know that there has been probably the whole clergy connected to this church. So we're talking about a private baptistry church, only 9 kilometers away from Bishopric. With its clergy, we have a clergy bench and the traces of a cathedra, which also means something on organization pattern of the clergy, the early clergy connected to this church. In front of the apse and the clergy bench, we have an advanced sanctuary that has been surrounded by this nicely made mosaic, and the sanctuary itself had a very rich equipment, liturgical equipment, dating from 2 different periods. So we know it existed for a longer period. We have first phase at least connected to the 5th century, and then second phase to the 7th century, with different altars. One of the altars might be connected to the chapel that will be constructed above the baptistry just afterwards. You can show it, and with those elements you can tell this chapiteau, the capital, is clearly the one made from marble and dated to the 7th century. In the center of the core or sanctuary, we have found the altar pit, altar grave, that has been also decorated with marble slabs, and that is something that we know from the finds that come clearly from the pit itself. So all of these elements allow us today to propose, and we have published this drawing to propose the organization of the early Christian church before its transformation, its organization, its architecture, its form, its functionality of the sanctuary, very complete one with ambo, with screens, chancel screens, cathedra, a clergy bench, etc., etc. But this is not the end of the church, and I will now leave Sebastian to talk about it.
So for this church, like Mona said, we think now that it's an hypothesis of work, of course, but it could have been the private church from the Bishop of Oslo, and it's what we call a patrimonial. I don't know how to say in English, a patrimonial church in connection with this very rich villa. So usually this type in our region, in the Quarner and in Dalmatia, this type of church was abandoned between 6th and 7th century. In some case, during the early Middle Ages and Romanesque or Romanesque period, they built a new church, smaller or bigger. In this case, in the case of Martičica, it's a very different processes than we can constate with the archaeological excavation. So first one, this year, we finished to dig the first vestibule, because narthex, there's a narthex and exonarthex, or internal vestibule and external vestibule. So this year we dig the internal vestibule, where we found a lot of important graves, tombes, privilégiés, I don't know how to say it, tomb privilégié, we say in France. You can see with two formae just in front of the main door, between the vestibule and the nave. But so it's very interesting for the late antique studies. But for our question now, for the question of the monastery, we found in this vestibule first fireplace, then you can see here, and some food poteau or for stick with some stone. It seems to be nothing, but it's very important because we have a lot of detail like this. And in this same vestibule, you can see on the other side, the gate was closed. You can see on the other side, a pottery here, who was instead in the ground, in the floor of the vestibule. This type of pottery could have been for storage. And it means that this pottery, it wasn't a sporadic occupation, but it was a permanent occupation. And it isn't the only one, because this last campaign, on the north annex, on the other side of the nave, we found a second one. Then you can see here, a second pottery who was installed in this annex, just close to this big stone, and you can see in the corner of the room. And under this stone, there was a hole with some piece of bone. And in this pottery, we found some piece of animal bones. It was for storage. The problem for this pottery is that we don't have a very good chronotypology for the early medieval ceramics. We know very well for late antiquity and late antiquity, but after the 6th, the 7th century, we don't have a very good chronotypology. So now we can say for a moment, if it's 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th century pottery, we wait for the C14 datation on one bone. In the nave now, Mona show us than it was a mosaic floor, and this mosaic floor was perturbed by some fireplace. One you can see here, one fireplace, and a second one with they will use stone and tiles, Roman tiles. We made C14 on the bones, animal bones, who was around this fireplace, and we have datation between 9 to 11 century. And you can see around this fireplace, there's some hole for wooden stick. So it means there was a little wooden construction inside the nave. At this moment, the roof of the nave was totally destroyed. We found some levels of tiles in a corner. So you can see you have a picture of this nave. On the south annex, the gray. This south annex, the first phase during the late antiquity, during the church, it was a space for welcome, accueil, with some banks, and you can see the banks. In one of the phases, this annex was transformed. It was an appendice. There was no south wall. It's open on one side. This annex was transformed in a workshop. We found a lot of little pieces of glass and some fireplace. You can see one. I will show you the fireplace. And in the center of this room, you have this stone. It could be for metallurgy, enclume. I don't know how to say it, when you earth with a hammer something. And in the same this same annex, you can see in the corner they built a hydraulic dispositif with two canalizations. One came from the nave, the old nave. It wasn't a nave at this moment, and the second one came from the old vestibule, but it was the vestibule. At first, we didn't understand what was this canalization. So we're looking for in the bibliography a canalization in an early Christian nave, and it's impossible. There's no canalization, and we read very well the wall, and we saw that this canalization was open in the wall in the second phase. In the last phases, this south annex was transformed in a funerary area, and this tomb we may see 14 on them, and the datation is between 13 to 14th century. And 13th, 14th century is the last occupation of the site after it was over. And there's a funerary occupation for this period, same in the nave, with just one tomb who was digged into the mosaic floor, like you can see. And for this, it was a teenager. On the north of the church, the nave, this beautiful sacristy with the mosaic was transformed at the same time, and you can see in the corner. The picture is done good, sorry. You can see in the corner a fireplace with an installation with this little hole for little wooden sticks and something around the fireplace. And if I go back on the north of this sacristy, there was a cistern, and this cistern, when we dig it, was totally full of animal bones, about 40 centimeters of animal bones, and we made C14 datation on the top of this level, on the bottom of this level, and we have datation between 9 to 11th century, like in the nave. There's about more than 4,000 animal bones. You can see the picture. The study is in work. And perhaps more interesting than that, there's 4 years ago, when we dig around behind the main act, we found these two constructions that you can see, one behind the act one behind the south chapel. For this construction, we have absolutely no idea about the datation. It was just after the early Christian church. So we spoke about that yesterday. We made OSL thermoluminescence datation by the technique of single grain. And it's one colleague, Petra Urbanova, who did it from the laboratory of Bordeaux. And the datation of the quartz, or the blanchissement du quartz, give us a very good datation for the first decade of the 8th century, for the construction of this. Yes, where the start for the construction of this little room. These two little rooms are a very special particularity. They have latrine. It's what we see here. You have can you give me? Thank you. This one, it is this one here, and there's a little step, two steps. You arrive in a toilet, which is here, and you have the latrine. The septic hole is here, with this stone will recover the hole. And we saw that this stone, the cover, was removed because, of course, sometimes they clean the latrine and they take it out what it was inside. So these two cells, these two buildings, and we think it was cells, has a latrine. The second one, you can see very well down, do it. Just in front, in the corner here, there was a pottery, was in situ. We don't know for what, perhaps just to put water and pour the water inside the toilet. And inside these two latrines, we found a lot of animal bones, because it was used, of course, like a dépotoir, like a dump. And we made analyze about this type of bones, and we make C14 datation, and the C14 datation give us for the last occupation of latrine. I don't know if you can say that. For the last use of latrine, they give us a datation between 11th to 12th century. And you can see the spec, the phonic spec of this bone who was in the latrine. And in the same time, the early Christian south chapel with this outrepassed arts. So in typology, it's about clear. It's middle 6th century, can be older. The south chapel, we dig all the sanctuary, and this foundation for the altar, this foot for the altar, this pavement came in a second phase. It came in a medieval phase. We don't have very good datation, but we have a C14 for in the masonry for the 11th century. So it means the church was abandoned like a church, and the cultural practice, the liturgical practice, was translated inside the south chapel. It's what we can see on this plan. We finished it this morning so that we didn't take a breakfast. So the early Christian church, you understand now, was totally transformed, was for a part abandoned. The religious occupation was translated all in the south chapel. The nave was transformed in a courtyard with some fireplace with little wooden construction inside. And we have two, what we think to be two cells, two monastic cells. Perhaps the old sacristy became monastic cells too. The system was done. The north annex was a cell or a storage. The south annex was a workshop. The internal vestibule was perhaps a community hall. We don't know exactly. And we don't know for a moment because we didn't dig it. It was the next campaign. We don't know what's happened with the external vestibule. And the question now is to know what's happened with the villa. This is the first sondage that we opened in 2013, just in the corner, show us, like Morana told us, then there's an occupation until the 7th century, but just a little window in this villa. And we don't know if during the early Middle Ages and Middle Ages period, so it means between the 8th to the 14th, 13th century, what happened with the villa. So in function of this interrogation, what it is probably, I say we are not sure, but we think probably a little monastery. So something like a semi-hermetic, how do you say in English? Semi-hermetic monastery with a church and perhaps 4 cells around this little church, or it's a cenobitic community with a part of hermit, we spoke about that yesterday, and with a part of cenobitism in the villa. It's one question that we have to answer for the next campaign. Yes, you can.
All the analysis that we have been conducting on the site, just on the bronze and on the sediment, from the stigma, because in our labs we have this possibility to work on sediment. It shows now clearly that when we cross-reference all the data, that we have zones of different activities. So economical activities are really very well organized, not only the cells and the courtyard and the topography of the occupation itself, the economical zones are very well organized also. So we know, for example, that on the northern part, archaeologist Septiembre told us that he has really traces of butchery, of fauna. How do you say that? All the fauna remains larger, and you can see the traces of butcher work on the bones. It's not only the damp place where one definition will be just throw away, it's a real economical activity. Then on the southern part in the Latrina, we have material, traces of ironwork. When you're hitting the iron, then you have this hard place like black. No. Small scale. Yeah. So we have this kind of activity on that part, and this is zone at the zone that you showed on the southern side, probably use and reuse of early Christian material. And we have a lot of glass, for example, very small bits of glass melting of small bits of glass. So you have really this organization of all the activities also in it.
Thank you. And so to conclude, I come back on this EEHAR map. So you can see around the ecclesiastic complex, villa and church, and that this seems to be like an enclosure. So we didn't know for a moment, because we have to open a sondage on it. We didn't know if it's an enclosure for the ship during the 19th century, if it was a war for the villa, or if it's something in relation with what we think to be the monastic occupation, this one and this more. And the last one, on the prospection on the plage, on the beach, on the grave, one person found this 4 or 5 years ago. So just, I show you the picture, just here, so very close to the church, he found this Byzantine seal in rib, and our colleague Vivien Prigent analyzed it, and it's a seal from Notarius Pardos. It came from Byzantine chancellery, so Byzance or Ravenna, or Sadar, for the first decade of 8th century. So this seal, and not only the seal, but the political context that Morana showed us at first, and this type of archaeological remains after the question of the nature of for this monastic occupation. And in Croatia, there's a very strong historiographical tradition for a Greek monasticism on the coast, and especially for the Basilian monasticism. So for a moment, it's impossible to say what it was. Probably we can't imagine that it was Benedictine, because Benedictine wasn't there in this land before the 9th century, especially on the island, for some city, like in the 11th century. But it could have been a Greek monasticism. It's one question. And like you see, we are just a bit in the dark, and we have to work on this question to know what it was. But it's typically the case for a site where it's only archaeological data and archaeological lecture of the site we can tell us, give some indication of the function, because we have no written sources, historical written sources for this site. Thank you very much.
Hola, buenos días. Antes de empezar mi presentación, sí que quería agradecer a la doctora UTRERO y al doctor Moreno esta invitación. Ha sido un placer poder estar aquí. He aprendido muchas cosas de los conferenciantes. Y bueno, entrando en materia, voy a hablar, como dice el título, de las basílicas y otras edificaciones monásticas de los siglos V a VIII en las Islas Baleares. El título tal vez lo tendría que haber puesto de otra manera. Empezar por posibles basílicas y edificios paracales, pero para crear un poco de debate después. Porque en las Baleares, como en tantos otros sitios, tenemos graves problemas para identificar si son iglesias monásticas, edificaciones monásticas. Bueno, la presentación está dividida en estas 4 partes. Una muy breve introducción. También será muy breve la parte dedicada a las fuentes escritas, porque como veréis, hay muy pocos, solo son 3 y muy cortitas. Sí que me extenderé más en las fuentes arqueológicas y al final unas pequeñísimas conclusiones. Por lo que respecta a la introducción, aunque muchas de las cosas que veremos son de excavaciones antiguas y tienen problemas para fijar la cronología, sí que creo que prácticamente todo lo que enseñaré se puede englobar entre estos siglos V a VIII. Cuando pueda intentaré ajustar más la datación, pero si no, sí que siempre creo que nos moveremos en estos siglos. Después, por lo que se refiere a las Islas Baleares, hoy en día las Islas Baleares son Mallorca, Menorca, Ibiza, Formentera y otras islas más pequeñitas. Pero en la antigüedad clásica eran solo Mallorca y Menorca, islas adyacentes. Es verdad que con esta cronología de siglo V o VIII, ya las Baleares englobaban también las Pitiusas, es decir, Ibiza y Formentera. Como los hallazgos que voy a presentar se centran en Mallorca y Menorca y alguna isla pequeñita, ya digo, me referiré solo a esta versión clásica de las Islas Baleares. Y bueno, una de las características que llama más la atención de Mallorca y Menorca es la gran cantidad, por un territorio tan pequeño, la gran cantidad de iglesias documentadas perfectamente. En este mapa que pueden ver, solo están las que seguro que son iglesias de estos siglos V a VIII. Y podemos encontrar de todas ellas algún autor que las vincule a monasterios. Pero bien, intentaré explicar después que las hay que tienen, hay más argumentos para defenderlo, también hay otras que no hay ningún argumento que considere válido a día de hoy. Y aparte de estas 9 basílicas, sí que voy a hablar del caso de Cabrera, que no sé si hemos encontrado la iglesia, lo veremos, pero que sí que sabemos que en Cabrera, en esta pequeña isla, existía un monasterio. Si pasamos a las fuentes escritas, como decía, son muy pocas las que hacen referencia al monacato de estos siglos. Y son estas 3, el obispo Severo de Menorca, Consentius, que también residía en Menorca, como pueden ver, segunda década del siglo V, y finalmente la tercera fuente es una carta del Papa Gregorio Magno. La primera circular de Severo narra unos hechos que supuestamente acontecieron en Menorca entre el 417 y 418, y los monjes aparecen citados 3 veces. Primero en un sueño de uno de los protagonistas, que aterrorizan a este protagonista. Luego aparecen en el episodio que acaba con el incendio y destrucción de la sinagoga, pero en ninguno de estos 2 casos se especifica cuántos monjes. Y finalmente, la tercera vez que aparecen, sí que se especifica que son 2 monjes que están tumbados en la hierba. Aquí el problema es saber estos monjes que hacían allí en Menorca. Estaban de paso, existía un monasterio. El circular de Severo no lo especifica. La segunda fuente escrita, esta carta de Consencio dirigida a San Agustín de Hipona, sí que deja claro que este monje, Frontón, no residía en Menorca, sino que simplemente estuvo de paso por allí para verse con Consencio. O sea que sí que sabemos que vivía en un monasterio en Tarragona, pero en las Baleares sabemos perfectamente que estaba solo de paso. Y finalmente la fuente más interesante es esta carta del Papa Gregorio Magno dirigida a un defensor que le insta a ir a la isla de Cabrera, que está al lado de la isla de Mallorca, a poner orden entre los monjes. Especifica claramente que son hombres, monjes, y también aparecen varias referencias al monasterio. En resumen, como podéis ver, muy pocas fuentes escritas y referidas a monasterios, solo la de Cabrera. Si pasamos a las fuentes arqueológicas, como decía, estos 4 casos de Mallorca y sobre todo los 5 de Menorca, hay mucha bibliografía esos autores que defienden que eran monasterios. Yo, por razones de tiempo, solo me centraré en estos 3 que están marcados en amarillo. Sí que, sintetizando mucho los otros casos, casi siempre los argumentos para defender que eran monasterios es que son iglesias pequeñitas, que alrededor de las iglesias aparecen talleres o silos o almacenes, pero realmente son excavaciones, la mayoría de casos antiguas, que no se sabe de qué fases son cada uno de estos elementos. Por ejemplo, la más antigua que se documentó, Casfrares, es un yacimiento enorme. De hecho, las excavaciones del siglo XIX, principios del XX, a saber si aquellas estructuras son de época romana, son posteriores. Muy difícil saberlo. Sacarroja también lo mismo, son una excavación de finales del XIX, principios del XX. Las 2 hoy en día arrasadas que no se pueden revisar. Son Fadrinat, que sí que se excavó a finales del siglo XX, es la más reciente, pero se centró sobre todo en la excavación en la iglesia, el baptisterio y nada más. Y sabemos perfectamente que el yacimiento es mucho más grande. Finalmente, el único yacimiento que está hoy en día en la excavación está en marcha es el de Son Peretó, que también es en uno de los proyectos que estoy trabajando. Es un yacimiento también muy grande, desde época romana hasta época islámica. A día de hoy no hemos encontrado ningún elemento que permita defender que aquello era un monasterio. Podría ser, pero por eso tampoco lo he querido presentar. Y si vamos a los casos de Menorca, también nos encontramos Villa de Rey, ya lo veremos. También las excavaciones son bastante antiguas, Jornadas de UTRERO y Sombou, exactamente lo mismo, graves problemas para saber qué es cada estructura, de qué fase puede ser. Y la que sí que se está excavando ahora es Sanitja, pero no sirve, yo creo que no sirve para nada. En general, no es una excavación, es una destrucción del patrimonio. Llevan décadas destruyendo el patrimonio. Algún año sí que puede intervenir algún arqueólogo codirigiendo con el que tiene el negocio montado allí, que sí puede salvar un poco de información, pero en general yo aconsejaría que prácticamente todo lo que se ha publicado se tome con mucha precaución, porque tiene graves problemas de datación, muy graves. En definitiva, que nos centraremos en estos tres casos. Yo solo trabajo en el de Cabrera, los otros voy a referirme a todo lo que se ha estado publicando, pero yo creo, como el doctor Moreno, que son los tres casos que más probabilidades tenemos de que sea monasterio. Bueno, el de Cabrera seguro que lo era, ahora veremos si las estructuras que hemos encontrado podrían ser del monasterio o no. Empezaremos por Cap de Sport. Y bueno, en los tres casos lo que vemos es que son yacimientos muy relacionados con el mar. En los tres casos, justo al lado de una bahía en el norte de la isla de Menorca, como pueden ver, muy resguardada. También los tres casos, bueno, en el caso de Cabrera y en este caso con surgencias de agua importantes en las inmediaciones. Y en este caso de aquí, son unas salinas que siguen funcionando hasta el día de hoy, parece que ya desde tiempos pretéritos. También en la zona de Cabrera también se conocen las salinas más importantes de Mayo. De aquí pueden ver el yacimiento con la bahía en el fondo. O sea, esta vinculación con el mar se da en los tres casos, vinculación claramente. Esta es la planta que publicó Pérez del Parol, el doctor Parol, en el 82. Fue quien dirigió las excavaciones que se hicieron en aquellos años. Y bueno, es lo que siempre se ha estado argumentando. Ya la primera que lo dijo fue Cristina Godoy, que esta iglesia, en principio, la última fase es solo de una nave. Hay discusión de si en primer momento tendría 3 naves y luego solo una, pero cuando funciona seguro tiene una nave, con todas estas habitaciones adosadas, este aspecto abigarrado, que ahora veremos un poquito con más detalle. Bueno, he traído 3 de los elementos de simbología cristiana más famosos del yacimiento, pero hay muchísimos más. Y una de las cosas que se diferencia de todas las basílicas que se han encontrado en las Baleares es la presencia de esta cripta en el ábside. Cruciforme, detalle de la cripta. Y bueno, también una de las cosas que llaman mucho la atención es la abundante presencia de escaleras en distintos ámbitos que demuestran que la mayoría de habitaciones tenían más de un piso. y los que hicieron las excavaciones defienden en la mayoría de casos que permitían acceder de un espacio a otro, también en la planta superior. Otra de las escaleras. Y la más famosa es la que está a los pies de la iglesia. Se pueden ver, justo en aquella zona se encontró una bóveda caída, todos los detalles. Y aquí sí que hay discusión de si formaría parte de una tribuna, si de un coro alto. Si, no todos los que han investigado se ponen de acuerdo que podría ser, pero la escalera existe indudablemente, y de hecho son dos escaleras a los pies. Parece que se habría localizado este altar en la zona central y como mínimo una de ellas conectaría con uno de los espacios que luego veremos que ya no formaría parte de la iglesia. Bueno, el doctor Palol era uno de los máximos especialistas en la arqueología paleocristiana en su momento, pero son excavaciones de años 70, años 80, ¿no? Con un estudio de la estratigrafía muy detallado, y en esta fotografía se puede ver que es un yacimiento de una enorme complejidad. Esto también el equipo del doctor Palol lo deja claro en todas sus publicaciones. Aquí tienen una complejidad de lectura de paramentos y de sisuras excavadas de la estratigrafía muy compleja. Ya el doctor Palol publicó esta planta. Los distintos colores marcan las diversas técnicas constructivas. Y una de las cosas que ya se puede ver es que con esta iglesia de una sola nave estaría fabricado con la misma técnica constructiva y en principio todo del mismo momento el ábside, el baptisterio. Esta zona de aquí. Unas diversas fotografías del baptisterio que está en un excelente estado de conservación. Y una de las novedades que lo está estudiando el doctor Obrador, está a punto de salir publicados, son algunas informaciones de los grafitis que aparecieron sobre todo en el baptisterio, pero también en la iglesia, luego en otros ambientes, pero sobre todo, le digo, en el baptisterio y en la iglesia. Hay como mínimo 70 fragmentos diferentes de estos grafitis documentados en los estupos que decoraban la iglesia y el baptisterio como mínimo. Y lo interesante es que en varios casos ha podido documentar, bueno, la mayoría están escritos en griego, algunos en latín, pero sobre todo en griego. En algunos casos ha podido leer sirviente, el humilde, referido a la persona que realiza este graffiti. Y es verdad que sirviente o el humilde no son exclusivos de los monjes, pero sí que en la mayoría de casos que aparecen en estas cronologías están estrechamente vinculados a los monjes. Que podría ser uno de los elementos que reforzase que efectivamente el transporte hubiese sido un monasterio común en una de las fases. Y luego ya no tiene tanto que ver, bueno, o tal vez sí, con el monasterio. Ha podido identificar varias referencias a San Esteban, que a lo mejor también, ya estirando el hilo, y esto ya digo, son ideas propuestas por el doctor Obrador. La circular de Severo explica que llegan a Menorca las reliquias de San Esteban y que se depositan durante un tiempo y seguramente quedan algunas de estas, segurísimo que quedan algunas de estas reliquias en la isla, y tal vez esta cripta cruciforme conservaba algunas de estas reliquias, y por eso los autores de estos grafitis muchas veces advocan a San Esteban. El doctor Gurt y el doctor Buxeda, miembros del equipo del doctor Palol, hicieron un estudio de la métrica Cap d'Esport y llegaron a la conclusión que es muy diferente a toda la de las Baleares y que encaja con la métrica de iglesias y monasterios del Mediterráneo Oriental. Por eso ya argumentaron que podría ser una comunidad monástica oriental la que se hubiese instalado en Cap d'Esport. Y más recientemente, Silvia Alcaide, también haciendo un estudio de la métrica, concluyó que tanto la iglesia como el baptisterio y sobre todo esta edificación de aquí que ahora veremos, se diseñaron y realizaron en el mismo momento. También sería una de las cosas que reforzaría que pudiese ser una comunidad monástica. Ya veremos este espacio de aquí, que es el que pueden ver en la fotografía, y se comentó perfectamente que tenía dos pisos, y por las excavaciones, digo, no una estratigrafía como la que se hace hoy en día, o como se debería hacer hoy en día, pero sí que se documentaron niveles inferiores, niveles superiores, y en los niveles inferiores aparecieron diversas ánforas, numerosas ánforas más pequeñas de estas globulares, embudos, recipientes que se hiciera para repartir el contenido de las ánforas. O sea que no habría duda de que en el momento en que estaba funcionando esta sala, que por cierto acabó en un incendio, la planta inferior era un almacén. En cambio, el doctor Gurt, revisando los niveles superiores, se dio cuenta de que sobre todo aparecían fragmentos de estas sigilatas africanas de estas grandes páteras y fundamentalmente de las formas 89, 90 o 105, que no son exclusivas de los monasterios, pero que en estas grandes cantidades se encuentran en muy pocos sitios. Son formas que no aparecen. Y pues todas estas aparecieron en estos niveles superiores. El piso tendría una función diferente al almacén de abajo. También por el yacimiento aparecen otros ejemplares de estas grandes páteras. Otra de las características del yacimiento, y esto sí que todas las basílicas que se han encontrado en las Baleares, todas tienen enterramientos en el interior, en el exterior, todas. Pues este también sería el caso. Uno de los espacios de mayor concentración de sepulturas es este de aquí, al lado de la cripta, perfecto ejemplo de simulación de santos. Se documentaron en otros espacios. También llama mucho la atención estas habitaciones de aquí, que son recintos funerarios. La lástima es que prácticamente no se excavaron enterramientos y no se hicieron estudios antropológicos. Y sería muy interesante poder excavar, por ejemplo, estas habitaciones y ver quién está enterrado allí. Es uno de los trabajos que queda pendientes en el yacimiento. Otra de las cosas que llama mucho la atención de los tres casos que veremos es la abundancia de material marmóreo. Son muchísimas las piezas que han aparecido en los tres, un ejemplo. En contraposición, por ejemplo, de las basílicas de Mallorca. En todas las basílicas de Mallorca solo se ha encontrado a día de hoy un fragmento de mármol. En cambio, las de Menorca, Cap d'Esport, Fornas de Torelló, Villa del Rey, y luego veremos el caso de Cabrera, hay numerosos fragmentos de elementos de mármol, altares, elementos arquitectónicos, otros elementos, y los que todavía quedan en el yacimiento. Entre estos elementos de mármol están estas tres inscripciones que la lástima es que no estén completas, porque conformabit, praefecit, ojalá se hubiesen conservado, se hubiesen dicho que habían construido un monasterio pero no sabemos a qué se hace referencia. Dentro de estos elementos de mármol también se han documentado estas mesas circulares. Bueno, esta es la planta más actualizada. El yacimiento es más grande, no se ha agotado, es mucho más grande. Esta es la más completa, realizada por Silvia Alcaide. Y pues todas estas habitaciones de aquí es lo que se ha relacionado más con talleres, posibles viviendas. Todavía los materiales están sin estudiar, y no están publicados. Muchas de estas estancias, tanto a cielo abierto como estancias que tenían su tejado, están pavimentadas con losas. También interesante, porque en estas cronologías, aunque tampoco no conocemos mucho lo que sucede en las Baleares, sí que vamos viendo que sobre todo se mantienen los tejados de cerámica a las iglesias y baptisterios, en cambio las otras edificaciones no. Y aquí podemos ver una de las estancias que tenía su tejado hecho de cerámica y no es ni la iglesia ni el baptisterio. Y otro de los argumentos que el doctor Gould ha utilizado para defender que era una comunidad monástica es que hay muchos indicios de que había fabricación de cerámica en el yacimiento. Cerámicas comunes, cerámicas de cocina, pero también imitaciones de SP, de estas silfilatas que se fabricaban en el sur de la Caldia. Y también es interesante que se ha podido documentar que no solo circulaban por Menorca, sino que también se han documentado cerámicas producidas por el Cap d'Esport o por esa zona en Mallorca. Y de hecho las prospecciones geofísicas dirigidas por el doctor Cau parecen que estarían demostrando que muy probablemente existiría un horno de cerámica. Es capaz para confirmarlo, pero sería otro elemento que reforzaría esta producción de cerámica en el yacimiento. También, bueno, muchísimo material importado, o sea, esta conexión con el mar es muy evidente también por la cerámica. Una de las cosas que haría falta investigar más es hasta cuándo está funcionando el yacimiento. Que siempre se ha estado hablando de una iglesia del siglo V, VI, sí que hay cerámicas que son claramente del VII y muy probablemente incluso posteriores. Y luego, ya el doctor Pablo ya lo explicó, que en la última fase que documenta ya estaba desmontado el tejado de la iglesia y las tégulas estaban amontonadas en una habitación. O sea, que yo no estuviese funcionando como iglesia. Esto también no lo estamos encontrando en Son Pedro y en Cabrera, fases muy finales que parece que no tienen nada que ver con la fundación de las edificaciones. Bueno, pasando al segundo caso, el de Lilla del Rey, se descubre, antes de también estrechamente vinculado con el mar, aquí en la Lilla del Rey, el puerto de Mahón tiene fama de ser el puerto natural más seguro de todo el Mediterráneo, y el de Cabrera que veremos después tiene fama de ser el segundo más seguro de todo el Mediterráneo. O sea que podéis ver la isla y el yacimiento, que como podéis ver estaba mucho más arrasado que Cap d'Esport. Cap d'Esport, por lo que excavamos en las Baleares, tiene un estado de conservación excepcional, o tenía, porque desde los años 80 que está abandonado se está derruyendo día a día, pero era un estado de conservación muy bueno. En cambio, Lilla del Rey no sucede lo mismo. Y además ya se descubrió en 1880 y algo, y se quedó a intemperie durante mucho tiempo. Luego María Luisa Serra, una arqueóloga menorquina, y son las excavaciones a mediados de los años del siglo XX, la que destapó prácticamente todo lo que se puede ver hoy en día. También María de esa Serra fue la primera que publicó que muy probablemente era una comunidad monástica la que se instaló allí. Y más recientemente, un equipo de la Universidad de Barcelona hizo una pequeña intervención relacionada con la restauración del lugar, que sí que aportó unos datos muy interesantes. También se ha discutido si era una iglesia de una nave, si era de 3 naves. No me da tiempo a entrar en el debate. Sí que aparecerían mosaicos tanto en la nave central como en la zona donde estaría la piscina bautismal. Un ejemplo de los mosaicos. Y lo que decíamos de esta intervención ya del siglo XXI, uno de los descubrimientos fue esta tumba en el ábside de la iglesia. De uno de los monjes fundadores, de Rabat. Lástima, estaba totalmente expoliada, no se encontró nada. Y otro de los descubrimientos fue esta cerámica de aquí, que se pudo ver que estaba en la preparación del mosaico y también permitió apostar un poco más fiabilidad en la datación del lugar. Esta cerámica aporta un términos postquem de circa 500, o sea que como mínimo ya estaríamos en el siglo VI, y los excavadores dicen que por paralelos más bien sería una edificación de finales del siglo VI o principios del VII, que es lo que también lo adoptó la UTRERO de Perú hace unos años. Te decía, esta tumba estaría debajo del mosaico en esta zona de aquí. Esta es la planta de las primeras que se publicaron, es lo que también da pie a esto, si inicialmente era de una nave, si de 3 naves, si luego el baptisterio. Y también se ha podido ver que tiene diversas fases. Está muy abrasado, pero sí que se puede comprobar que tiene diversas fases. Los elementos que han reforzado esta hipótesis de monasterio, una serie de depósitos, no se sabe si simplemente para contener agua o para elaborar algunas salazones o vino, no se han hecho analíticas para poder comprobarlo. Otros depósitos que aparecían en esta zona de aquí. Parece que habría una gran cisterna también en el lugar que todavía no se ha excavado. Y después también se encontraron diversas muelas de molino, las excavaciones de María de esa Serra. Aparte de la tumba que ya hemos visto, se sabe que hay otras tumbas en el interior de la iglesia, también en el exterior. Otra vez no se hicieron estudios antropológicos. Los huesos están en el Museo de Menorca y sí que se están realizando ahora algún estudio. Pero todavía no sé qué está apareciendo. Lo que sí que dice María Luisa Serra es que en esta zona de aquí aparecieron tumbas infantiles. Y antes no lo he dicho, pero en Cap d'Esport también. No sabemos los adultos si eran hombres o si eran mujeres, pero sí que en un momento que también se entierran niños pequeños. Más conflictiva es esta zona de necrópolis. Se ha publicado si era mucho más moderna, de cuando está el hospital funcionando en la isla. Últimamente se ha hecho una datación de carbono 14 de otro enterramiento que apareció por la zona y sale mucho más antiguo, o sea que no necesariamente tiene que ver con todo esto. Y bueno, el elemento más característico, el que más se ha publicado de Cap d'Esport, que ya lo dio a conocer en el Dual, es este Estivadium. Es el único que se conoce, de Baleares. Y muy probablemente estas piezas de mármol, en forma sigmática, formaban parte de de ese estival. Y en paralelo de cómo son estas áreas climáticas, esta no es de transporte, son los otros fragmentos. Otra vez, perdón, no son de Illa del Rey. En Illa del Rey, como en transport, muchísimos elementos de mármol, también mesas de altar, otros elementos constructivos, piezas que tal vez no son de mármol, pero que son de piedra muy buena, se tendría que analizar. Y la lástima es que se recogió muy poco material en las excavaciones que se hicieron. Pero bueno, algunas sigilatas con decoración claramente cristiana. Y también, por ejemplo, se recogió este fragmento con un grafiti postcocción, que luego veremos que en Cabrera es un elemento muy, muy recurrente. Y ya finalmente, para acabar, voy a hablar de todas las experiencias que digo. Este sí que lo conozco de primera mano, es donde estamos trabajando desde hace más de 20 años. Y también, como los anteriores casos, este puerto natural tan bueno, justo al lado del puerto, tenemos una surgencia de agua que da agua a la isla todo el año. En el siglo XVI se habla de que puede suministrar agua a toda una armada. Problema de agua no hay en la isla. Y esto, digo, llevamos más de 20 años trabajando, pero ha habido años que prácticamente no hemos podido hacer nada por falta de financiación. En cambio, ha habido otros años muy mejores. A veces, cuando dices que hace tantos años, aquí ya tendrás todo el yacimiento excavado. Ya veréis que hemos excavado muy poquito, muy poquito. Pero sí que hemos hecho trabajos de limpieza de vegetación, de topografía, de prospección y excavación, intentando siempre estudiar todo lo que aparece en la excavación. Ya veréis. Y luego también se ha tenido que gastar una parte muy importante, que es que encima de la mayoría de los restos que encontramos de esta época, siglos V-VIII, encima se instaló un campamento de prisioneros franceses del ejército de Napoleón, que lo llevaron después de la batalla de Bailén, lo llevaron allí. Y eso, ha habido años que el 70% del presupuesto se ha ido en la excavación y estudio de los materiales del siglo XIX. No, después el proyecto este que veis de recuperación y consolidación museica del monasterio de la isla de Cabrera. Todos los trabajos de prospección y comparándolo con otras islas monásticas del Mediterráneo, también un poco del Atlántico, planteamos que sería una isla santa, donde entre los siglos V y VII no habría ninguna instalación humana que no estuviese estrechamente relacionada con el monasterio. Como hemos excavado muy poco, deberíamos excavar más para acabar de confirmar según qué cosas, pero sí que creo que al lado del puerto, al lado de la fuente y con todo lo que veremos ahora, sí que creo que está más que justificado que ya había un cenobio, donde vivían la mayoría de monjes en comunidad. Y en estos sitios más apartados, que hoy no tendré tiempo a explicar, pero que están publicados en varios sitios, por ejemplo, en este de aquí, en Estos planteamos que sería un eremitorio, donde unos monjes irían a vivir todavía más aislados. Y el mismo modelo que conocemos bastante bien en Estos parece que se repite también en estos otros sitios, que podría ser otro eremitorio. Deberíamos excavar más. Hoy me centraré únicamente en el lugar donde creemos que está el cenobio. Y allí lo que vimos, ya simplemente con la prospección, es que abunda muchísimo la cerámica, sobre todo a partir del siglo V y sobre todo de los siglos VI y VII. Y de antes prácticamente no hay nada y de después, hasta los franceses, prácticamente tampoco no hay nada. Recordad que la referencia del papel romano del 603, estas cerámicas que nos permitían datar, sobre todo encontrábamos esta distribución por siglos. Y estos pequeños circulitos que veis, bueno, la zona amarilla es el área de dispersión de estas cerámicas, unas 10 hectáreas. No decimos que todo estuviese edificado, evidentemente. Zonas que podemos encontrar en estos. Y como veis, estos circulitos son las zonas en las que hemos intervenido, donde hemos hecho excavación, muy pequeñitas. Y las que están marcadas, la que está marcada en azul, es porque allí solo hemos encontrado elementos de los franceses. Así que hicimos 2 pequeños sondeos, vimos que hay niveles de tiempos del monasterio, pero para poder seguir la excavación tendríamos que desmontar las barracas de los prisioneros franceses y no queremos ni podemos, y nos queda mucho más sitio para excavar. Como decía, hemos hecho el esfuerzo de estudiar todo lo que vamos encontrando y también hemos gastado partes importantes del presupuesto en hacer dataciones radiocarbónicas, tanto de los restos humanos, de fauna terrestre, de fauna marina e incluso de fragmentos de cerámica. Esto sumado al estudio de todas las monedas que han ido apareciendo, más el estudio del vidrio, más estudio de la cerámica, sí que nos permite ajustar bastante bien cronológicamente muchas de las estructuras que ahora os enseñaré. Y luego, me da un poco de vergüenza enseñarlo, también excavación estratigráfica, pero es que en Baleares a día de hoy, por ejemplo en Senicia, muchos años se excava sin tener en cuenta absolutamente nada la estratigrafía. Y bueno, resumiéndolo mucho, los elementos más destacados que hemos encontrado estos años, hemos podido excavar estas 3 tumbas de un cementerio que es mucho más grande. En los 3 casos, realizadas de la misma manera, excavar fosa, cubierta de losas, tumbas mucho más grandes que el individuo que tiene enterrado en el interior. Y en los 3 casos son hombres y adultos, entre 35 y 45 años, bien alimentados, uno de 1,80 de alto, en aquella época un poco por encima de la media. Y ya digo, la diapositiva ha puesto siglo VI, VII, de las monedas, la cerámica y la datación del carbono 14, podemos hablar muy de finales del siglo VI, principios del siglo VII. Pero como decía, el cementerio es mucho más grande, lo sabemos porque en 1999 pasaron una zanja para pasar una tubería. Cortaron varias tumbas y, por ejemplo, cortaron esta de aquí, que no pudimos excavar, que como podéis ver no es excavada en fosas, sino que tiene losas en las paredes, es tipo pista. Pensamos que también estaría entre los siglos V y VII. No lo hemos excavado. Lo que sí que los antropólogos se atrevieron con las fotografías a decir que también era un hombre adulto. Y luego en superficie hemos encontrado este fragmento de cerámica con esta inscripción muy mala de leer, pero que todos los especialistas coinciden en que muy probablemente es una lauda sepulcral y que estaría especialmente en el siglo VI. Podría situar final del V o principio del VII, pero grosso modo siglo VI. Y el último de los últimos descubrimientos también en superficie es la pieza de mármol. Es verdad que solo se ve un fragmento de hoja de hiedra, pero podría ser perfectamente también de estos siglos V o VII. De hecho, ayer vimos unos cuantos casos de aquí de Roma. Es verdad que es un pequeñito fragmento, pero podría ser también una lauda sepulcral. De las cosas no estructurales que llaman más la atención del yacimiento es la enorme cantidad de fragmentos de bordes de estas escudillas del tipo GES 99. Ya en el año 2007 contabilizamos 327. Tened en cuenta que hemos excavado poquísimo, es prospección y lo poco que hemos excavado. Y año tras año, siempre que intervenimos, van apareciendo más y más y más. Ya tenemos más de 500 fragmentos de borde de estas escudillas 99. Y esta que veis es la que hemos encontrado mejor conservada y presenta este graffiti hecho en postcocción, no cuando fabricaron la pieza, sino después. Y ya también hace años que estamos llamando la atención la enorme cantidad de grafitis postcocción que aparecen, sobre todo en las sigilatas, en escudillas y platos, y en menor cantidad en pequeños jarritos o jarritas de cerámica común. En el 2007 unos 40 y también año tras año siguen apareciendo más. Ya tenemos un centenar. Y aquí el único paralelo de estas cronologías es el de Hamash, publicado por el doctor Luis. Y bueno, pues una de las hipótesis es esto, que los monjes marcaran, no para apropiarse de la pieza, sino para que luego se utilizara cada uno la suya, estas piezas del servicio de mesa, como me hizo saber el doctor Luis, San Columbano lo prohíbe. Se marquen las piezas incluso con el símbolo de la cruz. Y bueno, estas decoraciones estampadas, estas sí que son en el momento de fabricación de la pieza, también aparecen todo tipo de yacimientos de estas cronologías, pero también en el caso de Cabrera destaca por la gran variedad. A día de hoy es el yacimiento de las Baleares que mayor variedad de estampillas de este siglo VI fundamentalmente se ha documentado, y prácticamente todas con simbología cristiana. Y también como en Camp de Sport, como decía el doctor, aquí en Cabrera también aparecen muchas páteras, sobre todo tipo Hayes 90 o 90-105. También están por encima de lo que suele ser habitual en la mayoría de yacimientos de esta cronología. Digo, no son exclusivas, pero por lo poco que hemos excavado aparecen muchas. Muchos elementos de mármol, otra vez, como los dos casos que hemos visto antes, que la doctora Isabel ha dirigido el equipo del ICAC que ha hecho las analíticas. Están llegando mármoles de todo el Mediterráneo, incluso de la zona de Sevilla. Encontramos muchos elementos de vidrio y muchos de ellos relacionados con lámparas de colgadas de suspensión. Esta no la hemos encontrado en Cabrera, gracias, encontramos solo los fragmentos, pero aparecen muchas. Y ya también, como en esta zona de aquí, en la zona donde está el cementerio, es donde han aparecido la gran mayoría de mármoles, y han aparecido la mayoría de lámparas de vidrio, pensamos que la iglesia estaría por esta zona de aquí. Y es lo que hemos estado investigando estos años. Y ahora veremos en estas dos catas que hemos hecho lo que hemos ido encontrando. Estas estructuras de aquí, la parte de arriba, como es un ángulo, si en la iglesia no lo sé, no es imposible saberlo. A ver si podemos excavar un poco más para abajo. Y en cambio estas estructuras de aquí sigue ya con más entidad, lo que en la última fase no eran de la iglesia. Y la datación sí que se fundan en el siglo VII y sabemos que están funcionando en el siglo VIII. Aquí podéis ver estas edificaciones. Y de estas, bueno, este ámbito B solo tendría una planta. Se ha documentado el derrumbe de Zócalo hecho con piedras y tierra, en cambio el alzado hecho solo de tierras, tipo tapial muy probablemente. Se han documentado las vigas, también acaba con un gran incendio, se han documentado las vigas, restos de estas vigas, se ha estudiado de qué madera es, no me da tiempo a entretenerme. Y gracias al incendio se ha visto que la cubierta era de arcilla con material vegetal. En esta de aquí no se han encontrado tantos elementos como en el ámbito C. Aquí es mayor que el otro. En este, pues destaca este pavimento hecho con losas de piedra, lo que es amarillo, y tégulas, lo que es naranja. células colocadas boca abajo, tres puertas. Y aquí se encuentra en el nivel de abajo, encima del pavimento, una quincena de clavos de hierro, 9 a 12 centímetros. Encima, todas estas losas, y encima de estas losas, otra vez, restos de esta arcilla que se ha solidificado por los efectos del fuego. Se ha podido ver que restos de las vigas, de los listones, del material vegetal que aguantaba toda esa arcilla. La interpretación es que tendría una planta. Los clavos aguantarían el forjado de madera, que aguantaría el pavimento de losas, y luego arriba tendríamos el techo hecho de este material de madera y arcilloso. Y bueno, miembros del equipo, en la discusión de si es la iglesia o si no es la iglesia, pues si trasladábamos el ámbito B en esta parte de aquí, pues podría ser una cabecera tripartita, que orientada al este, paralelos en dimensiones, son bow, son cuadrinas y casfraras, pues podría ser tal, pero la cuestión es que a día de hoy lo que hemos encontrado en el interior, es verdad que es muy poco, pero la última fase no es una iglesia segura. Originalmente, todavía lo dejemos abierto, no sé, pero lo que hemos encontrado son alguna pieza de almacenaje, plomo recortado, muela de molino, una piedra que se elaboraba algún producto o se machacaba algo sobre de ella. O sea que sería más una zona de almacenes, procesamiento de madera. No, bueno, ya se me está cortando el tiempo. Elementos que hemos encontrado de estos posibles producciones, vidrio, hierro. Hemos podido documentar una fase precedente en la zona de la necrópolis que se elaboraba vino en los siglos V y VI. También que se elaboraba el colorante de la púrpura, también en los siglos V y VI, y por dataciones de carbono 14 sabemos que incluso en el siglo VII. Pero hemos encontrado muchos elementos de pesca, también en estratos del siglo V a VII. Y esta factoría de salazones, que no sabemos cuándo empezó a funcionar, tal vez incluso antes del monasterio, pero sí que vemos que seguía funcionando en tiempos del monasterio. Las conclusiones, todos estos elementos que hemos visto que coinciden en el Cat de Sport y el Rey para ser figueras, evidentemente no son definitorios para estar seguro de que aquí es un monasterio y tal, pero tenemos la gran suerte de tener la fuente escrita del Papa Gregorio Magno, que nos dice que en Cabrera sí que estaba este monasterio. ¿Sabe? Estos elementos sí que nos pueden servir para ir identificando los monasterios del Mediterráneo occidental, como mínimo, como es una historia bastante diferente, pero bueno, podrían ir sirviendo para llegar a ver si podemos identificar o no los monasterios de esta época. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you for you. I think for me the most important question of the paper is the question of that in a way they were proposed is how to identify the monastery, and also because for me it was quite shocking, maybe because we have seen all these things together, the relevance that, for example, the enclosed site has those examples that Patrick has shown, and the relevance that in all the examples that we have seen have the question of the spaces with a production function, industrial or workshops, or we have called it in different ways. The thing is that the early medieval settlements have always production spaces and workshop spaces. So we always come back again to the same question of are we in a monastery or are we in an early medieval space with a church, with a related settlement where production is obviously undertaken? No? And for me, it's the main landscape. I don't know that I can conclude from the moment. And obviously, when we have the church, maybe the question is less difficult because a church does not mean a monastery. But when we don't have the church, it's even more difficult because we have domestic spaces, production spaces, but we are always wondering, only, for example, in the case that Mateo has shown, that we have a written sources that is telling a monastery in the early 7th century. We are always discussing, or we are always around this question, and I don't know, I would like to know also your opinion or reflection on this issue that I think is not only for me the conclusion of this morning, but also the conclusion from yesterday and today. And then, for example, as well, Morana and Sebastian, coming back again to what Patrick gave or showed, the relevance of the enclosure, which I don't know if they are trenches or if they are buildings, they are constructed. And also if this enclosure could have another function apart from define the property of the monastery. I don't know, sorry if that was open.
If you want to know about our enclosures, how it's constructed, did I understand you well? Yeah, first of all, they are constructed in drywall. Probably we did not see them all, but there are drywall constructions and some like a bank, like a small bank, yeah, can you call it? But more or less drywall. But I think it's just an opportunity of the nature of the soil that we have around it. It's much more difficult to get trenches in our island. And then I think it's an open question, and if you want to add something for the yes, but for the property, we have no idea whatsoever on our island how it works. Do they take over the whole property where the villa was, or are they? How the property of a monastery works on these islands for this period, we really do not know. So I can't answer that part of the question.
There's a big difference between a monastery that's found. Oh, sorry. There's a big difference between a monastery that's founded on land that's owned by that monastery and a monastery that's founded on land that supports it. So, that element of way not to be using too much land to get it from a perspective, but retain the growth that seems to be very common in Ireland. The living retains ownership of the land, albeit the monasteries are the self-contained.
Just to observations on the characterisation issue, and again, it gets back to my point, to read on at your site, is that it seems to me that we're still, when we try and identify sites, we're still focusing, or most of our focus is on monuments and space.
and partly structured by the evidence that's available. When the argument is presented that this is a monastery, you start with the church and then you start with the social organisation. But you know, one of the points I was trying to make is that equally important are things like diet. Question: you've got a really nice bone sandwich that's accumulating from your site, and obviously there's been no archaeological research. What can you determine, or what suggestions can you make on the basis of species representation and diets that's emerging? Can you really pull that out?
Very important, because we're looking for a key to identify monastery. The question of animal bones could be one. It could be one, but it's more complex than that, because there's different configurations. And when we know, in France, so in France, I'm not sure for all the periods, but for example, for the Clunidian War, which means 11th, 12th century, we know by some texts that, for example, monks consider that chicken, so that I speak about that because they speak about chicken, isn't only for eggs, but it's for meat too, because they think that chicken isn't beef.
Yeah, four-legged animal. Yeah.
Chicken is like a fish, because during the Genesis, chicken and fish was created in the same day, before or after beef, animals, I forget. So they eat chicken. And this monastic kitchen that I presented yesterday, we have a huge collection of chicken. It's totally disproportionate with the normal phonic state for this period, like we can find in habitation, village, castle or something like this. But I speak for the Clunidian War for 11th, 12th century, Carnesian levels in Roman. I don't know if we can generalize this observation. And in Croatia, in Martin, I forget the Spanish.
Yeah. Well, first of all, probably, I don't know to which extent they use any regular and which one. This is the first thing we do not know. If we look up on what we have on site, we can tell that we have mostly sheep, goat type of animal, and then again it depends on the zone and the vegetation. So in the sister we have more of oxen because, as I said, we have traces of butchery activity, and so they have a bit more of that. But in the small one where you have only the rest of the meals, we have a lot of sheep caprine, holiday caprine type. We're on the islands. It's almost also natural, so you have to take into consideration a natural a natural environment also, as the possibility of stock growing also. You know, on the islands, even today, you have much more sheep and caprine in general. So is it influenced by this, or is it influenced by a choice? Then again, we know for the islands that they will use sheep not only for wool, but for parchment also. Parchment also. We know it's for the 11th century. So,
but not huge amount of fish.
Yeah,
that's very strange, and this is another very, very interesting point. We did even a macro, so we, you know, did mutation, and we do not really have a lot of fish. It's even incredible because you saw where the site is. And this is something that we saw on another site that we're working on. We were doing also isotope, stable isotope analysis on bones to see what kind of food they were eating on a particular site. And once again, they eat everything but fish. It's really very, very
unusual. It's obviously a cultural choice because they had access to the marine resources.
not what you would expect necessarily for an aesthetic community that might be following some rule like the Benedictine.
And so is this a choice
Or is
or
that something-
just opportunity or just the way they can get
the characteristic element of the monastery or not? Or
baptistry is older than the monastery. And the baptistry was abandoned at the moment when they built the new tomb. We have some cage baptistry in monastery, but it's very rare. One is in
dedico un capítulo en su tesis a argumentar que no es incompatible la presencia de un monasterio ni en Occidente, en Oriente mucho menos, y por eso no es incompatible que algunas de las basílicas de las Baleares que tienen baptisterio formen parte del monasterio.
Obviously, according to the canon of the edition, as the right to their baptism, world speaking, probably some monastery, some other adults carry out the baptism, according to the Spanish experience. Yeah, and I have coming back to your thought.
sorry, what we do in the late antique period, we have 30 boundaries, monasteries, but in the big churches, we are sure they are monasteries, different entonces diferentes cómo se puede van a dejar elevar. Apart from one day, as far as I know, in Asturias, in a church of the mansion. So there must be something going on. If you can be everything is right to you, that when we are sure that we are in advance in monastic building, we don't have to have maybe the budget is now. As a way to do things, we come to the building, we have not been able to find it, but they might own another function or being more specific monastic, I have no idea. But these are differences in the monastic.
I think that distinction holds for quite a few places. You know, I think that's largely the case for Anglo-Saxon England as well. I mean, they're not a common feature by any means of monastic churches.
can I just add a question to for Banai, because you had just two sides with baptistry.
No, seven basilicas with baptistry.
And those we presented, they were
At the
monastic surely with
Have more chances to be
maybe
chances to be monastic
maybe
and baptistry. And they were used fino a quando erano usati questi battisteri?
non lo so, però lo che hai detto che ci sono gli scavi antichi non si può sapere fino a quando.
Erano usati.
Just one more thing for this question of the baptistry. For example, alors, it's just in because we don't have archaeological data. but for this monastery of Saint-Claude in Jura, for the 8th century, Abbot Claude was at the same time claustral bishop. And this bishop claustral seems to be some historians, but there's a big discussion with that. It seems to be a Celtic Irish influence. And why? Because we found this claustral bishop, in this type of monastery was far away from the bishopric. So it means that the abbot is a bishop that he can give sacrament, can give baptism. So it means that we can imagine that there was a baptistry in some monastery. But it isn't a generality, and it's just an hypothesis of interpretation to the function of this bishop.
The monastery is connected to the bishopric, but not always founded by the bishop and connected to the bishop.
Coming back to the closer, you asked about the function of the closer, but not forget that the kind of thing would act as a limit for the authority of the abbot. So not only the segregation of the properties, but the authority of the abbot. And I have a question for the Gabor and Fanny. About the hybrid, the hybrid education. I don't remember how read your paper about the kind of hybridization present during the time when the context was monastery, or was before or then with the secular side. And the other question is, I have to be documented things like that. It's quite strange in the context of this pattern persons and
I mean, just to answer the first bit, and then maybe come in. All the examples I gave were when we've got good documented evidence for these sites functioning as monasteries. So there's charters that mention them as monastic communities, lands are given to them by kings. That's certainly the case with Lineage. But if you want sort of, I mean, a good example, I mean, they kind of encapsulate that hybridity more generally in the sense of location and continuity of location. Because what's interesting at Lineage is that you have a pre-existing, a pre-Christian royal ceremonial site with everything that goes along with that, feasting halls, feasting deposits. But obviously that is a royally owned site, and it's gifted for the foundation of a monastery. But within the local landscape, there's interesting shifts, continuity and change. And diet is one of the ways that we can see transformations in spite of there being this general locational stability through time. So they're kind of interesting to see from that. It's not just individual ritual actions, but it's also what happens with regards to place and the way that places are resacralized. That's really interesting. But yeah.
Like on the enclosure in question in Ireland, there's a sort of a bigger concept in 1st to 5th centuries AD. We have no enclosures. they don't exist. Apart from that, a very small handful of cultic religious centres of the prehistoric nature, and then all of a sudden in the 5th century we get 60,000 ring forts and all the churches, all of which are defined by an enclosure. So something happens in society generally that you need to enclose space. There's a big question. The idea in Ireland is that the enclosure is the template for these monasteries and these ecclesiastical sites, and that hierarchy of threefold enclosure. And they create biblical models for that in the 8th century. So they refer to kind of examples of this is how the cities of the Levites were laid out, but the cities of the Levites were square. They weren't circular. Everything is circular in Ireland. But they clearly create this idea of a hierarchy of sanctity from a biblical model, albeit that's clearly not where the model comes from originally in the 5th and 6th century for these circular enclosures, but by the 8th century, they clearly see this as a biblical element. The other issue is that it assumes that all these enclosures are contemporary because of this idea of concentric hierarchy of sanctity being the template for how a monastery should look. But I've yet to see concrete archaeological evidence that all of the enclosures are laid out at the same time, rather than expansion as the site gets bigger and bigger. So there's been no excavations across multiple ditches to show that they're all contemporary.
Thanks for attention to the subject of fish consumption. I just wonder whether you have any hints about how fish was transported and preserved before it was cooked. Do you have any evidence of that?
Well, I mean, you can turn to the charter sources that when they go into the specifics of when they grant an estate, a portion of a coastal estate, they'll mention what infrastructure exists. And quite commonly, fisheries and salt production sites or salt production facilities are mentioned in the same, almost in the same terms. So the sort of preserving of fish, salting fish might be happening. But yeah, it's a very interesting question, because what we also find along with high quantities of fish is shellfish. They're consuming shellfish, but you can't preserve that in the same way. You have to eat that within a couple of days. Just the logistical operation to get all this stuff from the coast into an inland monastery is considerable.
Let's see, yes.
Yeah.
Also considering the timing.
Yeah. So again, thinking about so it's getting back to the point that these shifts in diet don't just happen on their own. Something must be driving that. And to my mind, ideology.
Well, actually, where I live, we found lots of fish by the monastic fisher of the 9th century. But that was all not shellfish, it was normal fish.
Yeah.
All sorts of fish, an amazing variety of species. Some also kind of very high quality fish, which was presumably consumed in the refectory that was dedicated to the monastic guests, and more ordinary fish in the refectory where the monks used to. But it's all, what do you call it, goldfish, as it called it.
Okay.
Finally, thought it is possible that they transported it after having salted the animals, but nonetheless, it took at least 4 or 5 days to get from the coast to the inland.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you work as the same kind of debate as to whether, when you find fish at a site like the one you're excavating, there's a debate over whether it actually represents monastic food regulation, fasting food, or it's just luxury. Do you get
no? My data tells that it was ordinary diet.
That's just what everybody eats.
Yeah, for the monks. They certainly ate heaps of fish.
But that's not the same as what a non-monastic diet is different to that.
Monastic, I mean, it belongs to the ordinary monastic diet.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you were to excavate just a typical secular settlement in the same region, would you find that you don't have the context?
The comparison. You don't have the possibility to make any parallel, unfortunately.
I think I'm also back to this question because there was a bit in his presentation now again, that we have to start looking for new research avenues to look. And this is the question of the diets. And I was thinking exactly what you mentioned today, that even when we are able to recognize the diet of the monastic settlement, the diet specific of the monastic settlement, are we able to know if it's a very specific of one monastery, especially if we don't have that comparison with a secular settlement. So I was thinking, that's a good new ways of always improving ideas, new perspectives to open not only the comprehension of the monastery, but also our minds on the monastery. But also these venues that we show are also difficult because we have always, most of the time, we have to compare and we don't have the other side to compare. So even though we are able to identify the dialect in Limnish, are you sure that the dialect at the monastery of Limnish is different from the settlement, medieval settlement?
Well, I mean,
Maybe it can be, but
Just
I mean,
not- yeah.
I think I only wanted to highlight also that these proposals obviously have difficulties, and I like it because these are the challenges, no?
Yeah. I mean, just to come back on you, I mean, just going back to can we relate it to, or do we have comparisons? Goes back to my point that in England, actually, we have formal assemblages from a very wide variety of sites. Okay, not necessarily all of that represented in Kent, but certainly across England. So I think what does stand out is that there is no secular site of this period that has produced fish anywhere on that level. Nothing like it. Exception.
I have to my first
Es verdad que no tenemos casi argumentos para comparar, pero sí que hemos hecho estudios de fauna en Cabrera y en Son Peretó. Son Peretó está a 10 kilómetros de la costa, ¿no? Y sí que se ve un consumo mucho mayor de pescado en Cabrera que no en Son Peretó, estudiando la fauna. También con el estudio, la fauna la ha estudiado el doctor Ángeles. Con el estudio de los isótopos que ha realizado Mark Van Stridom, ha comparado también Son Peretó y con Cabrera y se ve que tienen un consumo de pez más elevado los 3 individuos de Cabrera que la docena que se han estudiado de Son Peretó. Y tienen un consumo mayor de pez, mayor los de Cabrera, que todos los que se han estudiado de época prehistórica. Faltan todavía más yacimientos y sobre todo la misma cronología para seguir comparándolo, pero sí que en el caso de Cabrera se vería un consumo mayor de pescado.
Regarding these comparisons, Mateo indicates that they have done a holistic analysis both Cabrera and Son Peretó, and there can be see very different questions. First, that in Cabrera there's more fish and Son Peretó. Second, that the 3 monks that they found have eaten more fish than all the people that live in Son Peretó, where they have at least 1,000 people. And also that these 3 males have eaten more fish than all the samples together with the prehistory in the island. Okay. So that it's like a start, obviously, again highlighting this necessity of making these comparisons. Using that as a difference point.
Just to think, I have myself is for the question of dieta, monasticism dieta for early medieval antiquity and early Middle Ages. It isn't a question like the same than the rules, the monastic rules, and the normalization, the Carnesian times, especially in the 9th century and after 11th century. But before, the rules were so different. There was so much rules, and we can imagine that in each monastery there's some different practice, and it's difficult to see with the material data. But in a lot of details, and I think especially of one I know very well is the Aproximaciones, and during the 5th century, there's a very famous story with about Lopecinus. We don't want to eat something else than water and bread in comparison of the monks on his monastery, and he calls it, I don't know how to say, someone who eats so much wife. In France, glutton. Yes. you speak about one button, so they hit everything. There are more. So there's different, there's a border between before the 9th century and after 9th century. And what we think about the consummation of fish and something very strict and regular, it's a picture about what we know for Cistercian, especially for Carthusian. And I think for our period, it's something different. Just a reflection for myself.
Also, another thing which I would like to know as well is in all of the cases you have shown, you have all these production spaces of the same workshops. And if evidence make it possible to speak about production for the only consumption in the monastery or production outside the monastery. That goes again with the role of the places. All of them, like these islands, but more specifically those of Croatia or Balearic Islands that are also close to networks of transport, commerce, and these things. And if these monasteries would have played a role also in that sense. And also in the case of Ireland and England, these production spaces per se could we say that they are big enough to think that the monasteries have a larger impact on the surroundings, or no, we were more close community.
Also, for this question, there's some now, there's some very new students. So of course, everybody knows works in St. Vincent or Breton about this workshop. And in France, for example, Etienne Louis showed on this monastery of Amage. That you will speak about it. Amage was a monastic factory. The monastery and the village around the monastic village, there was a big production for glass, for ceramics, for iron work, for the 7th to the 9th to the 8th century. It wasn't only for the community.
I mean,
it was for trade.
I mean, if you combine the level of production evidence you get on some monasteries with their location, I think the conclusion to be drawn is that they're producing a surplus. We know they're actively involved in trade. There are toll remissions on monasteries, that tell us about the boats, the trading vessels they owned. I mean, I'm beginning to explore this issue afresh, looking particularly at monastic sites on the River Thames. And, the sighting of them is I mean, the Thames was, as it's pretty much always been, it's one of the major sort of trading arteries in southern England. And there's, along the route of the Thames from its source to its mouth, there are 30 monastic establishments. They're all being established they're all up and running by the 8th century. And, there's significant production evidence of different types from all of them. And we must think about animals in this context as well, not just kind of ironworking and things like that. They're producing lots of animals and animal products. And undoubtedly that was being tapped in to those exchange networks as well.
Probably in Ireland, it's probably a matter of scale, because you have some sites like Turin is very local in terms of its consumption. Production is relatively minor, ironworking. But then at other sites like Armagh or Clonmacnoise, there's glass workshops, high status metalwork, and generally the high status metalworking is concentrated at elite royal sites or elite monasteries. But I think probably, as Gabor says, the kind of the estate element is maybe very important in terms of the scale of the land holdings of some of these establishments. So back to the issue of diet, in some of in the monastic sites in Ireland that have been studied, by and large, the faunal assemblage is exactly the same as settlement sites. But in some of the larger sites, what is different is that the animals are not being brought on the hoof into the site. They're being processed before they're being brought for consumption the central. So there's clearly a large estate system supporting them in kind of a two-way direction of travel in terms of consumption and production.
Arqueología.
We don't have more questions, and we do a brief content. We leave you.
Well, I think I have only 5 minutes, and I'm going to spend only 3. So, but first of all, I would like to thank everyone. Thanks to the participants for their presentations, for the intents of the discussion. And I think we know much more about the monasteries than yesterday morning. Especially because we have many questions about these monasteries. But at the same time, I think that we can fix some guidelines that we can share. The first thing is that a monastery is more than a church, obviously. It is a territory, and probably in Spain we are now looking to this investigation path. No, we are starting to look at beyond the churches. Something that it is easy to explain because we have many pre-Romanesque churches and we don't have monasteries. So thank you so much for these kind of approaches. And in the other hand, I think we can share our questions, especially because I think some of these questions has been responded in another territories. I mean, there are obviously regional features that has been exposed not only this morning but today, but at the same time, I think we have lines in common, especially talking about these enclosures spaces. I think we have seen how many monasteries, maybe 20, 25 monasteries during 2 days, and probably all of them have a segregation barrier, a physical or nature barrier. The island, no, the space in the island is isolated. The other thing is that a monastery is not an isolated establishment. Every monastery that we have presented here is located just beside a principal, a main road, so they were well connected. Probably that explained the use of this establishment as industrial, as an industrial place, no? Something that it is recognized even in the Spanish state, no? In the council and the rules. We know that our monasteries must have a place in the city in order to make this exchange. So there are common features and regional characteristics that we must put together to try to understand better this monastery. Because in spite of what many people think, monasteries existed. This is what we are going to try to put together in the publication that we are going to try to make during the next months. So, and we will write you with our demands, but yeah. But what we want to think to point it out is problems about the identification. When do you start to think that you we're dealing with a monastery. There is a turning point when okay, this could be a monastery. When and where are the main problems of every monastery? You know, for example, where is the necropolis in Santa Cecilia? What happened with the baptismal homes in Balearic? What happened? Which is the relationship between the villa, Roman villa, and the monastery? Why the new inhabitants of this monastery decide to place in this area and not in other islands? So problems, and definitely that our future book try to answer. And thank you so much. Thank you for those who have attended to the seminar, both here and in their homes. And that's all. The main conclusion is that we know much about monasteries, but it is still many things that we must learn in the future. So thank you so much. It has been a great pleasure to be here, and see you in another monastic seminar. Thank you so much.